Fear gripped Klein's heart at the thought of losing control, of losing his mind, becoming a monster, literally, figuratively, or all of the above. He glanced down again, watching in horror as his stiff, lifeless body seized on the ocean floor below. He needs help. I need help. He swam down to the ocean floor and tried to grab hold of the convulsing Klein, to pull himself out of the surging sea, but his hand passed right through like a ghost. Before he could even react, trails of immaculate colors floated into his vision, colors that felt indescribable, undiscovered, their brilliance leading Klein to believe, in that moment, that they contained infinite knowledge. All he had to do was swim inside. But as easy as it would be to succumb to their transcendence, he couldn't leave himself to die. Klein fought tooth and nail to pick himself up off the ground, to solidify himself and become real again, to rescue this other Klein before he was swept away. A great bolt of lightning careened through the water and struck him in his back, knocking him forward and thrusting him on top of his own convulsing body, merging Klein back into himself, two becoming one. Air. I need air. Stiffness turned to dizziness as the now whole Klein struggled to swim against the current. And then, in an instant, the sea churned around him until it disappeared completely, swirling back into his mind. Klein collapsed onto the ground. After a moment, he opened his eyes to see the alchemy room back to its normal state. Except everything was spinning now, and Klein's double vision made him nauseous, not to mention his splitting headache. Fuck, not this again. There was a ringing in Klein's ears, a cacophony of voices emerging from the clamor. Klein wanted to rip his head off of his body and throw it away, but oddly he recognized the ramblings. They were in Hermes, one of the ancient languages he'd studied. He could only make out a few words. Hornesis. Frigera. But it sounded like 1,000 voices shouting at once, and there was no use in trying to translate it now, not in the state he was currently in. Old Neil casually smirked as Klein writhed on the ground in agony. Are you hearing sounds that you couldn't hear before? Klein groaned. Yes. Old Neil laughed. Ha! Now you know how I feel. Klein felt rage at the sound of his laughter. What's so funny, you old fucking asshole? And the voices would not let up. Neil sighed. You lack the means to control the potion. You need to learn to quiet the noise of your power. Do as I say. Imagine an item in your mind. Something simple, common. Klein fought through the pain and conjured an image of his old black silk top hat. He stammered an update to Neil. Got it. Neil nodded. Now, trace it in your mind. Outline it. Then again, over and over. Imagine its color, its texture. Desperately holding on to the image, Klein traced to the top hat, noting its shape, half height and round, its texture, silky but rough. He reached out and tried to hold it, light and smooth, until he felt its weight in his hands. Neil urged him on. Put all your attention on it. Keep repeating it, sketching it. Don't stop. Klein did, over and over, until it had been traced over what felt like 1,000 times. And without any warning or fanfare, before he even noticed its absence, the noise was gone, and the world was simplified again. Klein opened his eyes to a clearer vision of old Neil looming over him, grinning his obnoxious grin. Much better, yes? Klein winced. Yes. This is meditation. You'll need to practice it frequently in order to keep your feet on the ground. Old Neil gestured to the floor where Klein was still lying. Klein arduously lifted himself up with a touch of embarrassment. Did it work? Am I a seer now? Neil lifted a small, silver-plated mirror from the table and held it in front of Klein. See anything different? Klein looked in the mirror. Apart from his hair being out of place and some sweat on his face, he didn't see any major differences in his own face. Should I? Neil gestured to his reflection. Look at the eyes, kid. Klein looked back into the mirror, more carefully this time. Gazing into his own eyes, he noticed that they had gotten darker, deeper even. The brown of his irises almost merging with the black of his pupils like two inky celestial orbs. They looked like they could absorb people's souls. Klein didn't realize he was thinking aloud. Neil chuckled. Once you learn how to properly meditate and restrain yourself, your eyes will probably return to normal. But for now, congratulations. The potion has taken hold. Klein wasn't sure whether to be excited or scared. Thank you. Neil pulled a book from a nearby shelf and handed it to Klein. In this book, you'll find everything you need for your journey as a seer. Read it, study it, familiarize yourself with its terms and rules. Klein took the thick, heavy tome in his hands. Great, more homework. He paged through it idly. When can we work on more meditation? Soon. Neil patted Klein on the back. True meditation is advanced, but there's another method that all mystics should know. It's commonly used and easy to master. Klein turned to Neil, eager. What is it? Neil spun around with a flourish. Spiritual vision. Klein didn't share in old Neil's elation, as he was unfamiliar with the concept. He's nimble for his age, I'll give him that. Neil rolled his eyes at Klein's blank stare. Are you familiar with auras, Klein? Sure. I've heard of them. One by one, old Neil turned off the gas lamps in the room, shrouding them in darkness. He cracked the door of the alchemy lab, allowing just a small bit of light to peek in. Klein could see very little, but he could see. The shadowy figure that was Neil leaned against the wall. Raise your hands and put them in front of your eyes with your index fingers facing each other, but not touching. Klein followed old Neil's instruction. Such a good student, Neil grunted. Now hold him there. Look at him until you get used to the darkness. Klein stared at his fingers until he could make out their shape and outline, even a bit of their color and contour. Focus on the space between your two fingers. Move them slowly, back and forth. Keep them facing each other, but don't let them touch. Don't let them leave your sight. Klein focused his eyes intently like Neil told him to, moving his hands once, twice, 3 times, and flash. A fiery red emanation appeared between his fingers. Whoa. Neil's voice contained a hint of approval. This is spirit vision, kid. Yours to harness when you see fit. Those colors you see are your aura. Go ahead, do it a few more times. Stabilize it and keep looking. Klein continued to move his fingers back and forth, swaying and swirling the small red aura as if he were playing with a new toy. Cool. Neil watched Klein's progress closely. Mainstream mysticism teaches that auras exist in the outermost layer of the body, the etheric body. That is the expression of your life energy. When you view it through a spiritual lens, each part of the body is represented by a different color. Neil ticked each one off on his fingers. Hands and feet and any areas involved in movement will appear red. The surface of your head and brain are purple. Your digestive system, along with areas where excretion and detoxification occur, look orange. Klein grimaced. Maybe a little too much information. Neil continued. The heart and regulatory system's green, and the nervous system's blue. A person with overall health and balance combines all the colors, enveloping the entire body in white. White aura, great health. For the first time since he began the exercise, Klein looked up from his hands to see old Neil, shrouded in color. Each part of his body was painted a different tone, some thick, some thin. The purple on his head was the brightest, but the red on his hands and feet was relatively dim. Klein felt sad, noticing how little white there was to be found on Neil's aging body. A depressing, albeit dynamic display of his withering health. Still, it was a sight to behold. Klein marveled at what he could do. This is my spirit vision. Neil smiled. Yes. Keep up your practices and you'll be able to see even more with it. More? Like what? Neil's tone was nonchalant. The emotional state of people, their ambitions. Emotions have a set of colors you'll need to know too. He cocked his head, thoughtful. Some even say at its most advanced level, you'll be able to see how long a person will live. Klein was exhilarated. Again. Whoa. His gaze fell back down to his fingers, which he hadn't moved from their pointed position, the red aura between them still glowing. It hit Klein like a brick. I have powers. Holy shit. I'm a Beyonder. Neil shook his head, scoffing. Don't get ahead of yourself now. There's still a lot of work to be done. Old Neil had an especially crusty way of taking the wind out of Klein's sails. Thanks a lot. Suddenly, Klein noticed something. Just behind old Neil, a glowing pair of eyes blinked in the darkness. Klein reeled back, startled. Neil! Behind you! Old Neil didn't move. Instead, he just smiled his tight, wrinkled old smile. Ignore them. As soon as old Neil spoke, the eyes in the darkness behind him quickly disappeared. He held Klein's gaze. They won't hurt you. But Klein's heart rate was still elevated. Neil took on an uncharacteristically gentle tone. There's much more advanced magic within these walls than you'd be able to understand this early in your journey. And even though you may not be able to interact with it yet, you'll see glimpses of it from time to time. Klein nodded. That makes sense. He let himself calm, not wanting to dwell on anything negative. Not when he could keep testing out his spirit vision. He scanned the alchemy lab. Each of the objects in the room, the table, chairs, test tubes, scales, cups, cupboards, all emitting no color. I guess you have to have a spirit to be spiritual. Except, in his periphery, he noticed a glow. A small section of jars and vials along the far wall emanated subtle colors. Why are those glowing? Neil followed his eyeline. Ah, materials derived from extraordinary species still retain some kind of spiritual life. Monsters, giants, demons, legends, remnants of their magic and spirituality stick around. Klein's brow furrowed. Even after they've died? Yes, that's why they're so special and so important for potions. I seem to recall one of our formulas containing dried adult black-spotted frogs. Neil shivered. Oh, it'd take a lot of courage to gulp that down. Neil laughed out loud, but Klein was unamused, the very thought of it making him nauseous. But their conversation was interrupted by another sudden, sharp pain in Klein's head. Ow! As a shadowy, dark figure of a man appeared in the doorway. It felt like someone was driving a screw into his frontal lobe, but he couldn't look away. There was a soft yellow light emanating from the man, but he kept flickering and blurring, making it nearly impossible for Klein to distinguish an aura or notice any details outside of his general shape. What the? But quickly as the figure came, it disappeared, along with the throbbing in Klein's head. Thank the goddess. He rubbed the space between his eyes. My head. That really hurt. Old Neil clucked his tongue sympathetically. Unfortunately, that's normal. Using spirit vision can put a burden on your body in the beginning. Klein felt slightly relieved. Old Neil sometimes had the capacity to be soothing. There are other physical symptoms too. Neil tried to remember the full list. Like twitching between the eyebrows, tingling in the head, emotional sensitivity, some hallucinations. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Klein gaped. Never mind. Neil snapped his fingers, recalling another. Oh, right. You might find yourself feeling uncomfortable in unfamiliar environments, and you could be unusually affected by other people's emotions in everyday life. All things we can learn to cope with, through practice and training. But for now, use spirit vision sparingly, for short amounts of time. Klein could work with that. Okay, nothing to worry about. That figure was probably a hallucination. He blinked slowly, realizing. How do I exit spirit vision? Neil answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Same way you calm the voices, kid. Meditation. He sighed impatiently. Imagine an object like you did before, and switch to a meditative state. Close your eyes, control the spirit, and tell it to stop, repeatedly if need be. When you open your eyes again, the vision will be over. Try it. Klein closed his eyes and imagined the black silk top hat again, but it felt different from the last time he tried, his mind still buzzing in spirit vision. Not only could he see the hat, he could feel the presence of his spirit with him. Stop. Old Neil watched intently. Klein opened one eye. Nothing's happening. Neil grunted. Do it again. Klein closed his eyes tight, focusing on the hat. Stop. Nothing. Neil slammed a fist on the table. Again. Klein traced the outline of the hat. Stop. Still nothing. Klein's heart started racing, not from nerves, but from exhaustion, like he'd just run up a flight of stairs. Stop. Stop. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Neil leaned in, his voice almost a growl. Again. Klein was breathless now. Stop. Stop. Stop! Klein collapsed on the floor. The hat was gone, but thankfully, so were the auras in the room. Old Neil pulled a chair over and sat by him. His voice almost sounded bored. Of course, this was the most cumbersome, clumsy method. I wouldn't recommend it. He yawned. It's better to use a simple physical trigger. A switch action. If Klein wasn't utterly exhausted, he would have punched Neil, old man or not. You could have told me that sooner. Oblivious to Klein's anger, or perhaps ignoring it, old Neil demonstrated on himself. For example, if I tap the center of my eyebrows twice, I can activate my spirit vision. Old Neil tapped his forehead with his index finger. Tap, tap. and I tap twice more to end it. 2 more taps. Klein groaned. He painstakingly sat up and reoriented himself. Oh, how do I do that? Neil shrugged. Up to you. I recommend the 2-tap method. 1 tap can be confused with your everyday head knocking. 3 taps could waste precious time in a crisis. He paused to consider. It doesn't have to be taps either. It could be clicking your feet or snapping your fingers, although snapping could also be confusing. Klein held up his hand. I get it, Neil. Thank you. Klein visualized the hat again, entering his meditative state. It seemed to come easier every time he did it. Neil nodded approvingly. Now tap and associate the physical action and sensation with the spiritual movement. Klein tapped his forehead 2 times in quick succession. Old Neil coached Klein as they repeated the action over and over. Eventually, Klein could feel the 2 connecting, manipulating his meditative state and localizing it between his 2 eyebrows. Finally, he raised his index finger to his forehead and quickly tapped twice between his eyebrows. And aura light filled the room. Aha! 2 more taps, and it was gone. By the look on Klein's face, old Neil knew that he had mastered it. Excellent! Klein grinned, but he swayed a bit when he tried to stand. He felt like he could fall asleep on the spot. Old Neil chuckled. Ah, yes. Forgot to mention the fatigue. Every time you practice this, especially so early in your training, you're gonna need a nap. A good long one. He clapped a hand on Klein's back. But don't forget to walk by Welch's house and look for the Antigonus Journal. And you've still got more reading to do from the archives. Klein blinked. That's right. On top of all this Beyonder training, I still have my job to do. Klein trudged out of the alchemy lab and back up the stairs to the Blackthorn Security Company, and found that, for the first time since buying it, he needed his cane. Up ahead, Klein noticed Dunn walking down the stairs toward him. Funny running into you here. Klein wasn't in the mood for a conversation. Hello, Captain, I'm on my way out. But Dunn didn't take the hint. Old Neil told me you're adapting quickly to meditation. Good work. Klein was baffled. How the hell did he tell Dunn so fast? Dunn kept his tone light. Don't move too quickly, though. It won't turn out well if you try to jump ahead. Curiosity killed the cat. Dunn patted Klein on the shoulder and continued his descent. Curiosity makes Klein lose control and become an evil monster. Got it. Klein limped to the street and hailed the first taxi carriage he saw. It felt like someone had tied a brick to his head. 2 Daffodil Street, please. Klein managed to stay awake on the ride home. He stumbled his way through the door and into the near emptiness of their brand new house. He full-on crawled up the stairs to his bedroom and promptly passed out, fully clothed, hat, cane, and all. Klein's eyes shot open, but his body was too weak to jump. He peeled his face from the pillow and looked at the clock. It had just struck 3, on a Monday afternoon. Shit! It's time to summon the Tarot Club. And Klein had almost slept through it. He suddenly sprang to life and rushed to the center of the room. Stella Noda. He took a step counterclockwise. Elgar Wilson sat waiting in a dark basement with no windows, surrounded by black candles. He reached for a vial filled with inky black liquid and opened it. Hearing the sounds of the ocean echoing inside, he closed it once again as he looked at the clock on the wall, which had just struck 3. His eyes narrowed. Loic? Alger pressed his temple as a sudden tidal wave of red light poured from the clock, engulfing him. Damn it! Lady Audrey Hall sprinted up the spiral staircase to her bedroom, late from her dance lesson. She sat at her vanity, breathless, and gathered an ornate fountain pen and leather-bound notebook, just as the clock struck 3. Nitolf! She glanced up at the mirror, but there was no reflection, only a flash of crimson light erupting from her body. Klein waited at the head of the marble table in the Shadow Realm as Justice and the Hanged Man materialized before him. He gestured for them to sit, and they obediently followed the direction of their leader, the Fool. Klein looked at them both before speaking. "I have a job for you." "Ah, a job? Exciting!" Justice punctuated her enthusiasm with a polite curtsy. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Fool." She sat at the massive marble table inside the Shadow Realm with a chipper smile. As a well-protected noble, she seemed to lack any sense of urgency. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." Klein matched her energy. While the Hanged Man sat stone-faced as ever, no patience for pleasantries. Klein lowered his head and reached his hand as subtly as he could toward his face, quickly tapping twice between his eyebrows. Now that he'd activated his spirit vision, he could see the auras radiating from Justice and the Hanged Man. Justice's aura was completely in line with what he'd studied with old Neil. Red, blue, purple, and white, all where they should be, in perfect balance. She looks like a young woman full of energy, enthusiasm, health, and happiness. But when Klein turned his attention to the Hanged Man, he was stunned to see nothing but deep, dark blue, akin to the sea. His etheric body was hard to penetrate with spirit vision alone. Maybe he's just calm, or cautious. But by the looks of it, the Hanged Man could be a Beyonder even more powerful than old Neil. Whoever he was done waiting. "What's this job you have for us?" Klein studied his guest. "Did you accomplish your goals this week?" Justice nodded and sat up in her chair, trying her best to look serious. "Mr. Hanged Man, did you receive the box of Ghost Shark's blood that I sent?" "I did. I'm impressed." The Hanged Man folded his hands on the table. "And I'm a man of my word. I'll uphold my end of the bargain. I'll give you the formula for a Beyonder's potion. I've got 2 options for you." Justice could barely contain her excitement as the Hanged Man explained. "The first is a Sequence 9 formula called Salem. It'll give you extraordinary balance, even on the deck of a ship in the middle of a hurricane. You'll also get stronger, and an enhanced ability to hide. You'll be as flexible and difficult to catch in the water as a sea creature. And you'll be able to hold your breath underwater for a long time, without any equipment." Klein kept his face neutral, but he was intrigued. "Sounds pretty cool." The Hanged Man moved on to a second option. "The other is known as Spectator. It gives its subject keen observation, the ability to read people perfectly well. You're familiar with the concept of an audience, right? Like at the opera or some kind of sporting event." Justice nodded, enraptured. The Hanged Man smirked. "It's like that. Like observing an actor on stage or an athlete on the field. But you'll be able to examine all people, with heightened perception. Mannerisms, speech, habits, you'll see all the subtle actions that reveal their true thoughts." Justice furrowed her brow. "You mean reading their minds?" The Hanged Man hedged. "Maybe, eventually. But remember, you'd only be a spectator. Whether you're observing people at some fancy high-born banquet or watching a single man on the street, the rules are the same. Any attempt at direct involvement or interference will strip you of your power. Or perhaps even worse." Justice didn't even hesitate. "That's what I want. The spectator." She looked to Klein, a little bashful. "That is, if Mr. Fool approves." Klein simply nodded. "I believe Spectator is the perfect choice for you, Justice. Use it wisely." Justice nearly squealed with joy, her aura in Klein's eye reflecting the sudden shift of emotion. This is amazing. But the Hanged Man cautioned her. I'll give you the formula, but you'll need to learn meditation. After taking the potion, start meditating as soon as possible to control your spirituality and power. You have to practice every day to master it. The Hanged Man's advice triggered something in Klein. The words practically fell out of his mouth. Potions are not about mastering. They're about digesting. He had read it in Russell's journal, and although he didn't entirely understand what it meant, he knew it was important. And it sure made him sound wise. Justice and the Hanged Man leaned in, eager to hear more. Digestion of the mind. Klein pointed to his temple for effect. He couldn't remember if this was even part of what Russell spoke about, but he was committed now. I see. Justice wanted so badly to understand. And how, Mr. Fool, do we digest in our minds? Even the Hanged Man seemed interested, like this was new information to him too. Klein was all out of wisdom. My advice is not free. Disappointment crossed both their faces, which only helped Klein's purposes. To continue receiving my help, I need something from you. Justice's voice was earnest. The job you mentioned, right? Anything, Mr. Fool. Klein stifled a grin. I need you to help me collect Gustav Russell's secret diary. The Hanged Man raised his eyebrows. Emperor Russell? That is not an easy task. Justice's face crumbled. I thought all of his writings were lost forever. I was taught there's no surviving text from him. And even if there were, Emperor Russell's diary was written in secret, indecipherable words and symbols he invented. The Hanged Man interjected. It's true. A unique set of occult symbols, or a type of hieroglyphics, depending on who you ask. But no one's ever figured out how to interpret it. Klein's eyes narrowed. That's what you think. He held firm. I just need you to find them. Do whatever you have to. The more pages you bring me, the more wisdom I'll repay you. Justice's aura flashed with concern. But how? The Hanged Man shook his head. She's right. Finding these pages is impossible enough, but getting them to you is a whole other issue. Klein's jaw ticked. Good point. But he thought on the fly. Let's try an experiment. He conjured an ink pen and a journal in front of Justice. I can bring these two souls from the physical world to my shadow realm. The question is, can I transfer content from here back to the physical world? He had to try. I want you to write down the recipe for the Spectator Potion. Klein looked to the Hanged Man, who knew exactly what he was being asked. He began listing ingredients. 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of colchicum essence. Justice's aura illuminated colors of determination as she picked up the pen and began to write. However, it quickly shifted to shades of struggle. It's not working. No matter how hard I press, nothing happens. Klein's eyes fell to the empty page. She needs to be directed. This was as much an experiment for him as it was for them. In an attempt to guide her, he raised his hand and pointed it straight at Justice, focusing on the crimson thread of light connecting them. Again, Justice steeled herself as her aura shifted back to a steadfast radiance. The Hanged Man recited the ingredients again as she put pen to paper. 13 grams of peony powder, 7 elf flowers. Her knuckles turned white as she pressed down the pen as hard as she could. Suddenly, her eyes flared wide as ink flowed from the pen onto the paper, her aura bursting with shock and excitement. It worked! I did it! Klein chuckled. It worked. I did it. He gestured to the page. When you've returned to your world, this writing will be waiting for you. Justice stared at him, wide-eyed and a little frightened. Can you control me, Mr. Fool? Klein softened. No. You did it yourself. I just provided guidance. The truth was, Klein was just as impressed with himself as they were. But this will be helpful, to share information with one another. Justice dropped the pen, an idea forming. We should do that. Share information. See if we can help each other, or... Klein finished her thought. Or gain valuable intel within our circles. Klein liked Justice. She was smarter than he'd bet a lot of people gave her credit for. And this is exactly what I was hoping for. Okay. The Hanged Man sat up in his chair. I have information to share. The pirate who calls himself Admiral Ludwell set sail to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea again. Justice gasped. The captain of the Black Tulip? The Hanged Man nodded. Klein wasn't sure what that meant, so he shifted the conversation with his own intel. The Secret Order has lost an ancient journal from the Antigonus family. The Hanged Man blinked. The Antigonus family? He seemed genuinely taken aback. I'm curious to know the Church of the Evernight Goddess's reaction. Klein certainly didn't expect that. But thankfully, Justice's aura showed confusion too, and she asked what Klein wanted to know. Why would they care? The Hanged Man shrugged, like it was obvious. Because the Church of the Evernight Goddess destroyed the Antigonus family. A chill shuddered through Klein's body. Holy shit. The Nighthawks need to restore my memories because whatever's in that journal will impact the Church of the Evernight Goddess in a big way. They need it back. And that's why Dunn escalated my Beyonder journey. It was all so clear now that he knew the history. And Klein didn't love that Dunn had kept him in the dark. Justice, unaware of Klein's epiphany, leaned forward. I have some information as well. Yesterday, my etiquette teacher was teaching me how to faint gracefully. She caught their stares and huffed. What? It's a practical skill for escaping embarrassing situations, or unattractive men in social settings. Klein and the Hanged Man exchanged a glance, not sure what to make of this information. She giggled. I'm kidding. Klein was at a loss for words. She's a piece of work. But Justice was undeterred. What I want to say is, since the Kingdom of Loen lost the war for the east of Balam, the Prime Minister and all the gentlemen of high rank, including my father, are at odds with the king. They are spiraling. They want to change things, drastically. Klein was shocked at how freely she was giving this up. What exactly are you saying, Justice? She answered brightly. Our government is falling apart from the inside. She smiled slyly. Is that helpful? Klein tried to keep it together as he absorbed the bombshell that Justice had just dropped. Even the Hanged Man's usual stoicism had fallen. He was visibly shocked as well, though his aura somehow remained entirely deep blue. But Klein was too focused on Justice to worry about that. Did this prim and proper lady just spill intel about the fucking King of Loen? He swallowed. That is very helpful, Justice. Tell us more. She smiled, pleased. Well, they think that the current government structure is too chaotic. Since every few years, when a new party is elected, every person in every position from top to bottom gets replaced. We are just starting over and over and over. There's no solid ground to build on. She sighed. You can't improve a kingdom when the people tasked with it are gone before it's seen through. Klein and the Hanged Man took this all in. There was a weakness in the kingdom of Lowen. What a mess. I wonder why Russell didn't incorporate government structures from our world. As astonished as he was, the Hanged Man never lost his candor. So, are they incompetent or just stupid? Excuse me? Justice nearly leapt from her seat, displaying a tenacity despite her innocence. The reason these conversations are happening is because they want better. But Klein stood up, silencing them both. That's enough. There is a simple solution to this problem. Klein tried to recall what he'd learned about governments in school back in his old world, Cade's world. There had to be something he could use. What about a civil service exam? Justice and the Hanged Man's tempers both cooled, eager for more of the fool's wisdom. Klein took a breath. Implement a test, an exam, just like a university entrance exam. Open to the public and used to objectively and effectively screen for the best candidates in positions of government. Justice was a bit confused. Klein could see it in her aura. So, they hold these positions forever? Klein considered. Not necessarily. But you shouldn't rush to replace everyone at once, or else you'll weaken your government like you're seeing. You can hold exams every year, 3 years, 10 years even, whatever you see fit, and gradually replace these positions. He laid his hands on the table. No matter which party comes to power, the kingdom can run efficiently. Klein felt like he'd made a convincing argument. The downside being bureaucracy, but they'll find that out on their own. Justice scrunched her nose, wanting to make sure she understood. It's actually quite foolproof, isn't it? The people could elect a baboon, and it wouldn't make an impact. Klein smiled. Foolproof or baboon-proof? Justice paled. I didn't mean foolproof like you-proof. Klein laughed, and the other two joined in. It was the first time they'd all shared a moment of laughter together. The Hanged Man was especially amused. Well, I think a baboon is a better choice than our current Prime Minister. The laughter grew, and Klein felt his affection for these two growing with it. Justice caught her breath, thoughtful. I could try to bring this up somehow. I think it may work. Hope settled in Klein's chest. If justice can actually influence the government, and civil service exams are implemented in Lowen Kingdom, I can start preparing Benson to take the exam and get him a better job. A career, even. Klein celebrated internally, albeit for selfish reasons. He wanted nothing more than to elevate his family's station, and with the power he held as the Fool, he might just be able to make it happen from behind the scenes. Just as he'd hoped. Justice stared at Klein, amazed. You possess outstanding wisdom, Mr. Fool. Klein couldn't help but crack a smile at Justice's praise. That will be all for today. I'll see you next week. The gray mist rose around them as Justice and the Hanged Man dissipated, swirling into crimson stars. But strangely, above them, Klein noticed another star, a third point of energy that floated above the table. That's new. He studied it, curious as all hell. Does this mean I have the power to summon another? The small red shape hovered over one of the empty chairs. It was as if it was asking him permission to come in. And it was fucking tempting. But he hesitated. I don't know who or what that represents. These meetings are secret. And if anyone who doesn't belong here joins us, it could be the end of the Tarot Club. And right when we're starting to get things done. No. Klein let the star be. There's too much at stake to screw this up now. He'd just learned that the Nighthawks needed the Antigonus Journal, and by extension, him, for more reasons than they'd let on. They even went so far as to make him a Beyonder for it. They needed to protect the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and to do that, They had to find the journal before the secret order, or anyone else got their hands on it. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes as the table and chairs in the entire Great Hall, pillars and everything, imploded on itself, and Klein fell back into the mist. Lady Audrey Hall watched as the gray fog swirled into crimson stars on the back of her hand, shrinking and fading until they were gone. Once again, she found herself in front of the vanity of her bedroom in her mansion in Backland, as if she'd never left. She looked at herself in the mirror, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Her small notebook sat atop the vanity, and she picked it up to examine it, reading aloud. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of peony powder, 7 elf flowers. It was the recipe for the Spectator potion, written in her handwriting, the very same one she wrote down for the Fool in the Shadow Realm. She read it a few more times over, making sure it was real. Incredible. She felt like dancing as she wondered what other gifts she'd receive from her new allies. What wisdom she'd learned from the Fool upon discovering more pages of Emperor Russell's journal, and what powers she'd earned for herself as an extraordinary person. She felt important in a way she hadn't before as the daughter of an earl. Like she wasn't ornamental to the Tarot Club. She could make a real change. Audrey's ambitious daydreams were interrupted by a scratch at the door. She smiled softly. "Is that you, Susie?" The big golden retriever sat obediently just outside the door, tail wagging, waiting for her best friend. "Good girl." Audrey knelt down to the floor, and Susie took that as permission to pounce, nearly knocking Audrey over with enthusiastic kisses. Audrey giggled, petting her dog affectionately. "You can help me, Suze. I can trust you to keep my secrets, right?" Susie simply stared back at her, tongue lolling from her happy grin. Audrey smiled. "Every hero needs a sidekick." Alger Wilson focused his eyes on his hand as soon as they were opened, gray fog swirling into a crimson firework, and out of sight in an instant. He was back in the bowels of his ship. Every black candle that surrounded him before was still lit and flickering. He clenched his fist. A shudder shot through the flames as he pounded on the tabletop. Who the hell is the Fool? And what kind of magic is he using? I came up with fucking nothing. Alger's frustration grew. He'd done everything he could. Bartered goods, provided information, performed an identification ritual before he was summoned. But nothing more was revealed to him. How does he do it? Where did the Fool's powers come from? Is he more powerful than me, or am I more powerful than him? Despite his resentment, he still found the Fool in the Tarot Club quite miraculous. He just didn't like the lack of control, and the fact that there was so much he didn't know. I don't like being messed with. Klein Moretti tumbled gently through the fog and into the bedroom of his new home, feeling much more energized than he had before. Another successful meeting of the Tarot Club. He clutched his stomach. Starving. Need food. Now. He stumbled to the kitchen. If he didn't eat something immediately, he was going to collapse. He opened the bread box and grabbed the entire loaf of rye. He didn't even have the patience to put anything on top of it. He tore off giant chunks of bread and piled them in his mouth, one by one, barely giving himself time to swallow the previous bite before shoveling in another. It didn't matter. He was ravenous, and he wasn't about to pass out again and waste precious time. It's a race, Klein, and you're a key player. You need to figure out where the hell that journal is before the Secret Order finds it first. Full of bread and determination, Klein stepped out the door of his beautiful house. His mind was set on finding the Antigonus journal, and he knew time was of the essence. But he couldn't help but take a moment of appreciation for his family's new home. He'd already done so much to improve his family's standing, and he was just beginning. And there's still so much more I can do. But one thing at a time. He hurriedly made his way to the sidewalk. According to Dunn's instructions, he needed to travel between his old apartment and Welch's house, in the hopes that he might be able to sense the ancient book. A very normal assignment. He was grateful he dressed casually. He'd only been walking for a few minutes before the oppressive heat of the afternoon took its toll. The sun beat down on the street, creating the tiniest wisps of steam. As Klein made it to his old apartment, he stood still for a moment, taking a breath, searching his feelings. He needed to be keenly aware of his emotions if he was going to find the book. And once he resumed his walk, he felt a profound sadness. It hit him deep in his core, like a wave crashing down inside him. Is this it? Could the Antigonus Journal be so close and I just never realized? But his hopes were dashed seconds later. A woman sat sobbing on a nearby bench, hands covering her face. Oh, it's not my sadness. He remembered old Neil's warning. Now that he's taken the potion, he's more susceptible to the emotions of others. Damn it. How am I supposed to tell which emotions are mine and which are someone else's? But then, an idea occurred to him. I've trained for this. He tapped his forehead twice to activate his spirit vision. This way, he could see the auras of the people around him. That should help guide him as to which emotions were coming from where. But as he looked around, he was shocked to see the pallor of gloom over the entire neighborhood. It was pervasive and incredibly depressing. This is what happens when an entire neighborhood has been stuck in poverty for so long. All hope disappears, which makes escaping even more impossible. It gave him pause. Klein would still be there too, if not for all the extraordinary circumstances. I time-traveled into someone else's body, had a job drop in my lap where I gained magical powers, and even still, I'm barely holding on to what I have. With depression threatening him at every turn, Klein decided to take a path toward where the circus had been. He hoped that he might run into the animal tamer who told him his fortune. He was so curious about her. He knew she'd conned him, but her reading was somehow on point. He still wondered what face-down cards were placed for his past and future. It was something that tickled his brain late at night whenever he was about to fall asleep. But as he got closer, he saw that mud and carriage tracks were all that remained. I guess they've left for the next town. If it's meant to be, I'll see the animal tamer again and get some answers. Or I'll learn to be a proper seer and get them myself. Klein kept walking, continuing to take short breaks to assess how he was feeling, or search the area for anything special glowing in his spirit vision. It would all be so easy if the Antigonus Journal just revealed itself to me with a beacon of light. But no, I'm stuck using my emotions like a metal detector. It had been a full hour before Klein gave up and decided to head toward the Blackthorn Security Company. I don't think the Journal's speaking to me today. He felt dejected. Until, on the way, his eye caught a sign that read Divination Club. He stopped in his tracks. How have I never noticed that before? His curiosity piqued, he decided to take a detour. As he entered, the receptionist didn't even acknowledge Klein's existence. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, and cleared his throat awkwardly to get her attention. She looked up at him with a raised eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed by his casual look, and the sweat stains under his arms. Klein shifted uncomfortably. Hello, I was wondering... The receptionist cut him off. If you'd like to join the Divination Club, there's a fee of £5. She gave him a once-over. I understand if you can't afford it. Klein blushed, embarrassed. I know I'm dressed poorly, but come on. He shook his head. No, that's not why I'm here. I'd actually just like a reading. The receptionist took out a pamphlet and handed it to Klein. Here, you'll find the list of all of our available members and their prices. I can recommend someone. But Klein looked at the pamphlet for only a few seconds before he chose the cheapest option, pointing to the name at the very bottom of the page. I have no idea if any of this is legit, so I'd rather not spend more than I'm willing to lose on a con. The receptionist eyed him with a hint of pity. You should know that the price reflects the expertise of the member. You'll notice that his price is the lowest because he's just beginning his divination journey. Klein shrugged. That's okay. I've made my choice. The receptionist frowned ever so slightly in disappointment. One moment. With that, she walked into the member area, leaving Klein by himself. He investigated the ornate decorations carefully placed throughout the lobby. With his spirit vision, he saw that none of them possessed mystical powers. Well, to be fair, if they have magical artifacts, they're not going to put them in the lobby. The receptionist re-entered, this time accompanied by an upper-class gentleman with a large grin on his face. The man immediately shook Klein's hand. How do you do, sir? My name, as you may have surmised from the pamphlet, is Mr. Glades. Klein was surprised that Glades seemed so well-to-do. This must be a hobby for him, a fit of fancy for a bored socialite. Glades led him into the members area. I must say, I'm grateful you chose me for your reading. I put the lowest price they'd allow, hoping someone just like you would take me up on it. He led Klein into a small private room. Of course, since I'm so new to divination, today's reading will be on the house. Completely gratis, as a thank you for allowing me to practice. Klein nodded. That's very kind of you. Please, have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. He motioned to a chair next to a small round table. Klein sat obediently across from Glades, studying him with spirit vision. There's nothing magical emanating from Mr. Glades, which makes sense. But there was something odd about his aura. There's a lot of orange glowing from his chest. Glades smiled, cheerful. Now, let's get down to it. What are you hoping to learn? Klein relaxed a bit. I'm looking for a lost object. It's something very important to me, but I misplaced it somewhere. Glades shuffled a deck of tarot cards. We'll start your reading by simply learning if the object can be found at all. He handed the deck to Klein. In a moment, I'll have you select a card, then flip it over. If your lost object can be found, the card will be upright. If it's inverted, then, unfortunately, you will never be able to find it. If all goes well, we can continue from there. It seemed simple enough. Klein felt the weight of the cards in his hand. Do I shuffle these or cut the deck? Glades waved his hand. That's up to you. You are a vessel for the cards, not the other way around. Klein settled against it. He intuitively felt that however the cards were arranged was how they were supposed to be. He took the first card off the top and flipped it onto the table. His eyes widened in shock. The Fool? Again? That's impossible. What magic was at play that this card would follow him everywhere? He quickly thumbed through the deck to make sure that all the cards were indeed different. And this wasn't some bizarre joke. Glades looked at the Fool card grimly. I'm sorry, sir. Klein's attention snapped back to the gentleman. What is it? Glades motioned toward the card. The card. It's inverted. Whatever you're looking for, it's truly lost. Klein stared at the inverted Fool card on the table. Its presence signified that the Antigonus Journal was lost forever, which would severely fuck up his whole situation. Can you do another reading? Glades shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. The first reading is the only reliable one. If you keep asking the same question, the answer may change, but for better or worse, you've already gotten the truth. Klein thought for a moment. Can you give me a reading about a different question? Would that work? The amateur diviner nodded. Of course, you could ask as many questions as you want, but I can't promise you'll enjoy any of the answers. Klein considered. Can you see if anyone else has found the object yet? Glades smiled. If you'd like. Klein handed the deck back to Glades. I'd like to try. Glades shuffled the cards and cut the deck twice. He handed it back to Klein again. Now, think of your new question and flip any card of your choosing. Once again, Klein didn't shuffle the cards or cut them himself. He trusted in the order of things and flipped the top card. The star. Now that's a new one. He noticed that it was also inverted. This one's inverted too. What does that mean? Glades stumbled getting the words out. Oh, I'm very sorry. Not about the answer, but about the fact that I didn't explain the parameters of your reading. In this case, an inverted card means that no one else has found the object yet. He watched Klein carefully. I don't know if that was the answer you were looking for, but it's the only one you have. Klein stood respectfully. Thank you so much for your time. You've helped me immensely. He took 8 pence from his pocket and laid it on the table. Your fee. Glades shook his head. No, sir, that's quite all right. As I told you before, the reading is free. Klein refused to take the money back. You may have said that, but I never agreed. You deserve compensation for your work. Glades' eyes flashed with gratitude. Well, thank you very much. You've given me my first earnings through divination. Klein shook his hand. And I guess from now on, you can refer to yourself as a professional. Glades laughed. I suppose you're right. Good day, sir. Klein moved to leave, but he suddenly remembered the orange glow he'd seen emanating from the man's chest in his aura. He turned back. You should go to the doctor and get your lungs checked. The seriousness in Klein's voice gave Glades pause. Sir? Klein was adamant. It's important. Utterly confused, Glades patted Klein on the back. I'll do that. As soon as possible. Thanks for the tip. As Klein left, Glades watched him with curiosity. He put his hand on his chest and took a deep breath, curious. After his little divination diversion, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company. But where he expected to see Roseanne asleep at the front desk, he saw a slight man with green eyes, wide awake and alert. The man greeted him warmly. Hello, you must be Klein. Klein flushed. I am, yes. And you are? Leonard Mitchell. I'm covering for Roseanne today. She's on archives duty tonight, so I took her shift. The man held out his hand. We're pretty short on civilian staff. Klein eyed Leonard closely as they shook hands. His green eyes shone with an extra glimmer in depth. You're a Nighthawk? Leonard chuckled. Isn't that obvious? Klein shrugged. Only if you know what to look for, I guess. Something about Leonard's gaze felt loaded. Klein couldn't tell if it was curiosity or scrutiny or some sort of probing divination, but it made him feel vulnerable. Anyway, nice meeting you. As Klein moved past Leonard to get to his studies, the Nighthawk grabbed his arm. Just 1 second, if you don't mind. Not expecting to be touched, let alone manhandled, Klein pulled his arm away instinctively. Leonard reacted in kind. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I just have a few questions for you before you start your day. Klein relaxed a bit. Okay. What's up? Leonard held his stare. How do I know you're not an evil being inhabiting Klein's body? Klein froze. Does this guy sense Cade in me? Would a Nighthawk have that ability? What makes him think I'm inhabited at all? He kept his voice even. Well, Daly analyzed me and said I'm in the clear. Leonard weighed that tidbit. Okay, so you're not possessed. But humor me for a second. How do we know you didn't just destroy the Antigonus Journal on your way home from Welch's? The question was a good one, and Klein didn't have a great answer. Well, theoretically, the being that used me thought I would die. In which case, No one would be able to find the book wherever I hid it, so destroying it seems unnecessary. He sighed. But there's no way to really know. Not yet, anyway. Leonard considered, eyes sharp, as if he were putting together a jigsaw puzzle as opposed to solving a multiple homicide. Your survival sure put a big wrinkle in that evil entity's plans. Klein agreed, and I'm more than happy to disappoint it. Leonard tilted his head to the side and thought. Unless, of course, the entity wanted you to survive. It wants you to do everything you're doing, and we're all just playing into its hands. That caught Klein off guard. How would I know if what I'm doing is all part of some evil plan? I'd like to think I have free will, but if the power of prognostication exists, then hypothetically, so does predetermination. Leonard watched the wheels turn in Klein's head. Klein tried desperately to recover. I'm not... Leonard broke out laughing. I'm just messing with you. Man, the look on your face. I had you questioning your whole existence. Klein reddened, embarrassed. I guess you did. He ran his hand through his hair. I've just been through a lot recently, so the idea of a malevolent force using me for evil hit a little close to home. Leonard's face fell. Oh, shit. That was insensitive of me, huh? Sorry about that. Just trying to haze the new guy, you know. Klein could see it in his eyes. Leonard knew he overstepped. He softened. No, that's okay. It was funny. Really. Leonard didn't buy it. Ah, that's what you look like when you lie. Good to know. Klein changed the subject. I was going to get some ammo for the shooting range. Leonard opened a drawer and pulled out a box of bullets. Of course. Take these. I have extra. Save you a trip to the armory. Klein hesitated, and Leonard held up his hands defensively. It's not a trap, Klein. I'm trying to make up for hitting a nerve. Klein accepted the box/olive branch. Thanks. Leonard grinned. Shooting things is a good way to de-stress, which, after what you just told me, you seem like you could use. Klein nodded. I think you're probably right. Klein left, shaking off this strange interaction. He knew Leonard felt guilty, but that didn't change the fact that Klein had been genuinely scared for a moment. And he didn't like the way that it felt. Klein fired his gun several times at the target. Each shot ripped through the bullseye. His aim was dramatically improving. Is it because of my practice or the potion? I guess Dunn said that the seer track had no combat benefits, so it can't be the potion, but I gotta admit, I feel like my focus is so much stronger than it used to be. He emptied his chamber and eyed the fruits of his labor. I'm strong now, but I need to get stronger. In the local gym, Klein threw repeated jabs into the side of a punching bag. Sweat beaded down his forehead as he threw punch after punch. If Beyonder powers aren't going to help me in a fight, I have to make sure I can take care of myself. His knuckles ached with each punch, but he was relentless. I can't slow down, not even for a moment. Every second that I'm not training, the supernatural forces that conspire against me are getting stronger. His knuckles cracked and bled. Each punch left a bit of blood behind on the bag, but still, Klein attacked. The pain I feel now is nothing compared to what I'll feel if I'm unprepared on the streets. If I don't hone my body into a weapon, I'm as good as dead. His lungs ached as his heart raced. He could feel his strength leaving him with every punch. I won't let any evil entity use me. I won't let any monster defeat me. No force of evil can defeat the fool. With one final blow to the bag, Klein used the last of his strength. He collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving. Or am I just a fool for thinking I can win? Klein sat at the dinner table across from Melissa and Benson. Melissa had made a hearty shepherd's pie for dinner, and the heavy meal was lulling Klein into a food coma. Melissa caught her brother's eyes fluttering shut mid-bite. "Hey, Klein, you awake over there?" Klein's eyes shot open. "Huh?" He sat up straighter. "Yeah, sorry. I've had a training day. Tarot club, Beyonder practice, shooting, boxing, rinse, repeat." Benson and Melissa shared an amused look before Benson took a bite. "Seems like Scholar Boy wasn't ready for a real-world job and it's beating the shit out of him." Melissa snickered. "He was so used to having his nose in books all day." Klein rolled his eyes playfully. "You know I'm right here." Benson elbowed Melissa. "I think the working man is trying to communicate with us." Klein mock laughed. "Ha ha. Very funny. I'll make sure to use small words for you two." Melissa exaggerated a sigh. "Ha, please do. And when you're done, you can tell us how hard it is to be on your feet all day." Klein smirked. "We can't all be like you, Mel. Walking an hour each day to school. You can only patch your shoes so many times before they're not shoes anymore." Melissa blushed, embarrassed. "It's good exercise." Klein realized he'd hit a sore spot. Melissa's shoes may have been a Ship of Theseus-esque hodgepodge of tattered patches, but they were also a point of pride for her. They were a symbol of where she came from. Klein immediately softened. "But taking a cab would get you there faster, saving you time." Melissa crossed her arms, stubborn. "I'm saving us money. And how did this become about me?" Klein ignored the last bit. "If you take a cab, you'll have more time for your studies, which means you'll get a better job and you'll make more money in the long run." Benson stepped in without missing a beat. "And then, you can be so tired after your first week of work that you almost fall asleep at the dinner table." Melissa grinned reluctantly. "I'll think about it." Benson looked at Klein in shock. "Do you hear that, Klein? That's the first time she's ever even entertained our advice. I believe this calls for a celebration." He pushed his chair back, stood up dramatically, and danced around the table, if you could call it that. It was more like hopping from foot to foot, with bow legs. Melissa and Klein shook their heads, cracking up. Klein clutched his side. "Oh, please, no. Never celebrate again." "Oh, that's right." Benson slumped back into his chair, teasing. "You both hate fun." Klein stood in Old Neil's laboratory, gazing at a crystal pendant dangling from a nail on the wall. The pendant emitted a soft hum. Old Neil's voice rang out from behind him. "Are you sleeping okay?" Klein startled. "How did you... Where were you?" Old Neil chuckled. "Gotta have fun at this job somehow. You look tired, kid." Klein rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, I've been getting that a lot lately." Old Neil nodded. "Strange voices been keeping you up?" Klein raised an eyebrow at the old man. No?" Old Neil sucked on his gums. "Well, consider that a good thing. Take it from me. Sleepless nights full of mysterious voices are no fun at all, especially when they know your name." Klein blinked, confused. I'll, keep that in mind. Thanks." Old Neil slapped him on the back. "Anyway, today's lesson is on the use of crystal pendants for divination purposes." He gestured to the pendant on the wall. "That there is a crystal pendant. Moonstone, to be precise. Now, we just need something to divine, as it were." He poured 2 cups of coffee and handed them both to Klein. "Do me a favor. After I leave the room, I want you to mix something into one of them cups. Something I wouldn't want to drink. If you would be so kind." Klein had no idea what old Neil was up to, but he was ready to trust the process. "I'm on it." With that, old Neil disappeared into the hallway. Klein immediately scraped some mud off the bottom of his boot and mixed it into one of the cups. "Let's be honest, I can't make the coffee here much worse." A few moments later, old Neil returned with a smile. "Now, let's get to divining, shall we?" He grabbed the pendant off the wall and held it over each cup, one at a time, concentrating on the moonstone as if trying to stare a hole through it. Suddenly, it swung in a circle over one of the cups. Old Neil excitedly pointed at the cup. "That's the one you tampered with, sure as the day is long." Klein was surprised, although he knew he shouldn't have been. "That's right." "Of course it is." Old Neil sat across from Klein. "This is a divination power. Crystal pendants can be used in a number of ways, but they're especially good at avoiding undesirable outcomes. You can use your spiritual powers to ask and answer simple questions." Old Neil held the pendant up again to demonstrate. "You just have to think about a statement, and the pendulum will reveal it as true or false by spinning clockwise or counterclockwise." Klein's brow furrowed. "What statement did you make to have it choose the cup with the mud in it?" Old Neil shrugged. "I simply looked at one of the cups and thought, this cup is just coffee. If the pendant spun true, I'd know that cup isn't the one you tampered with. When it spun false, I knew it was the bad brew." Klein took the crystal pendant in his hand and rolled it around in his palm. "Where do I get one?" "The captain can issue one, no problem. I'll sign the required release forms and such." Klein noticed that there were symbols engraved on the sides of the moonstone. He recognized them as signs of the zodiac from his former life, but he had no idea what their purpose would be here. "What do these symbols mean?" Old Neil took back the pendant. "Well spotted. These are symbols for the constellations." He pointed at each and named them. "This one is the Bumper Harvest constellation. This is the Thunderous constellation. And this is the Frost." Klein was confused by these names. They seemed so uninspired. Aren't these names a little basic? Old Neil cocked his head. "Emperor Russell would have agreed with you. He was adamant about changing the constellation names to things like Capricorn, Virgo, Cancer, and other such things. But tradition won out, as it usually does." Old Neil hung the pendant back on the wall. "That's done. Let's move on. We've got a lot to cover today." He took a thick tome from his shelf and dropped it in front of Klein, unceremoniously. For the next few hours, Old Neil launched into a lecture about astrolabe divination, crystal ball creation, and countless incantations. It was a lot for Klein to absorb in such a short amount of time. If he hadn't had his memory improved by the seer potion, he would have forgotten Neil's teachings as he taught them. How does anyone without Beyonder powers keep up with any of this? Later that day, Klein knocked on Dunn's door. Dunn glanced up expectantly. "Yes?" Klein let himself in. "I need a crystal pendant." Dunn watched him closely. "Is that all?" Klein wavered slightly. The worst he can say is no. He took a breath. "I think I should join the divination club of Tingen City." Dunn's face lit up. "I love that idea. You could monitor the club for anyone with ill intentions or evil magic." Klein was relieved. "Exactly what I was—" But Dunn interrupted, fishing around his desk for some forms. "I'll put in a funding request and the Nighthawks will pay for your membership." Klein gaped. "I was just asking for permission, but this is so much better. Maybe I can get more intel at the Divination Club for the Tarot Club and the Nighthawks at the same time." He couldn't help but laugh to himself. There are so many clubs all of a sudden. Alger Wilson walked beside Bishop Moreland of the Church of the Lord of Storms through a massive library with stained glass windows, where various priests bowed their heads, studying and praying. Alger spoke with reverence. "I felt compelled to read the holy word, Bishop." Bishop Moreland nodded. "The Lord of Storms is calling for you. I've told you, you could have been a bishop yourself, or the captain of a sanctioned ship. All this pirating, I wanted better for you." Alger sighed. "I know. But maybe if I can read a few of the ancient texts, I can find inspiration there to lead a more honorable life." The bishop led Alger into a smaller room, dustier, darker, the books older. "I hope you find what you're looking for, son. I'm sure the Lord of Storms will guide me." Alger kissed the man's ring respectfully, and Bishop Moreland left him to find peace in the word of their God. And as soon as he was clear, Alger scanned the shelves, looking for one thing and one thing only. And he found it, nestled in protective leather, 2 pages of ancient, indecipherable text. "Russell, got you old bastard." Lady Audrey Hall mixed her potion according to the Hanged Man's formula, utterly delighted that it worked on the first try. Susie, her sweet golden retriever, rubbed herself along Audrey's leg, begging to be pet. Audrey obliged. "You're so very lucky to be here right now, Susie. You're about to witness something amazing." But before the amazing thing could happen, Anne called out from the hall. "Lady Audrey, why's your door locked? Come to tea." Audrey didn't budge. She just shouted back, "I have a headache." But Anne was persistent. "Your mother's hosting an important guest and your presence has been requested." Audrey groaned. She put the potion down and ran to the door, opening it a crack. "Please apologize to my mother and her guest on my behalf. Okay?" Anne audibly sighed. But when Audrey held firm, she gave in. "Okay, fine." Audrey closed the door on her lady's maid. Finally. Audrey spun around with a gasp. The potion had crashed onto the floor and... "Oh no! Susie, what have you done?" Susie lapped up the silvery potion from the ground. The bottle that once held the liquid rolled around the floor, empty. Audrey was in shock. "Oh no, Susie! What were you thinking?" The fur around Susie's muzzle dripped with shimmering beyond her potion, and the dog seemed extremely pleased with herself. Susie's eyes were wide in euphoria as her tongue dangled from her mouth, like she'd just enjoyed the most delicious treat. Audrey knelt down to examine Susie's face. Is she having some sort of metaphysical reaction to the potion? Like a spiritual journey? Or is she just a dumb, happy dog? Audrey had no idea what would happen to her. As far as she knew, no simple animal had ever drank a sequence potion before. She realized in horror that they had stumbled into an accidental, groundbreaking experiment on her beloved pet. Nothing good can come of this, right? My poor Susie is in for a world of hurt. Or worse. But Audrey couldn't let her mind go there. Her eyes welled with tears as she wrapped her arms around the golden retriever and rocked back and forth. It's okay, girl. You're gonna be okay. Her tears fell onto Susie's shiny coat. Audrey wasn't ready to say goodbye, How could I have left her alone with the potion? Audrey held Susie as she waited anxiously for the pup to show signs of distress, like labored breathing or choking or some other awful symptom. She half expected her to collapse then and there. But nevertheless, Susie just wagged her tail wildly, excited for the extra attention. Susie's pupils were as big as saucers, sure, but she seemed completely unstressed about the whole situation. She was very interested in the salty tears that ran down Audrey's face and decided to lick them up, just like she did the potion. This only made Audrey cry harder. This is all my fault. I'm sorry, girl. I'm so sorry I wasn't paying more attention. My first attempt at making a potion for myself has been an absolute disaster. She refused to let go of Susie, even though the dog had become antsy and didn't want to be restrained. The more Susie struggled, the more Audrey held on tighter. Susie finally broke free and lay on Audrey's lap, happy and sated. And it took almost an hour before Audrey allowed herself to entertain the possibility that Susie might be all right after all. If she were poisoned, she would have been sick by now, right? And if the Beyonder potion was going to kill her, or to turn her into some unthinkable monster, surely that would have happened too. Finally feeling relief that Susie was not in immediate danger, Audrey's concern shifted to maternal scolding. What were you thinking, Suze? You could have been... Audrey couldn't bring herself to say it. She sighed. And who knows how that potion might interact with your brain? Susie simply stared at her in that mindless way dogs often do. A smile curled on her face, and she licked Audrey once more. Audrey tried to reject the affection, still lecturing. No, you're in big trouble, miss. But she couldn't help but giggle at the dog's unbridled excitement and optimism. Audrey gently pushed Susie off of her lap. You've been very naughty, Susie. Very naughty. Susie tilted her head to the side, not understanding the meaning of the word. Perhaps naughty was another way to say good girl. So Susie sat like a good girl, letting her drool drip onto the floor into a small puddle. Not to mention, those ingredients were hard to find and expensive. Audrey stood, eyeing her makeshift workstation, quickly calculating in her mind. You're lucky I have just enough for a second batch. She immediately set to work, repeating the steps exactly as she had before. Susie watched, her tail thumping against a nearby ottoman. When all was said and done, Audrey held another completed potion in her hands. She eyed Susie suspiciously. This one's for me, Susie, not for puppies. You hear me? Susie laid her head down on the floor and gave Audrey the saddest look. Audrey resisted the dog's charms and stared at the potion. I wonder if Susie and I will both have magical powers. That would be... ridiculous. She chuckled to herself. Though, I did say that Susie would be my sidekick. Klein sat at a long table, eating his lunch, grateful to be indoors on a rainy day like today. Roseanne sat nearby, across from another civilian employee named Brent. Klein proudly wore his new topaz pendant around his wrist, eager to test it out in his training. Brent boasted loudly. We're basically running the place since the captain's off meeting with the bishop and all the other Nighthawks are on important business. I might as well kick my feet up on the captain's desk and pretend I'm not falling asleep. Roseanne laughed. Ha! Hey, Klein, what have they got you doing these days? Klein shrugged. Still investigating my own attempted murder and the murder of my friends? Brent was shocked, unable to read Klein. That sounds... heavy. Klein took a bite. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to bring down the mood. Roseanne smiled at him. No, it's okay. You don't really end up here if you've had a trauma-free life. The amount of cheer in her voice harshly contrasted the words. Klein nodded. I guess that makes sense. I don't think anyone would choose to join the Nighthawks if they were normal. Brent broke out in a bellowing laugh. You said it. A man in a modest suit, drenched by the rain, appeared in the doorway. He took off his hat politely. Sorry to intrude, but there was no one at the front desk, and I have a very urgent matter. Klein subtly tapped his forehead twice to activate his spirit vision. The man's aura was healthy, but he was clearly distressed and afraid. Klein stood quickly. Yes, of course. Sorry about that. We were just taking our lunch. How can we help you? The man wrung his hat in his hands. There's been a kidnapping, you see. A child is gone and we're absolutely desperate to find someone to help. I figured since you're a security company, you might be able to step in. Klein's eyes narrowed. Why not ask the police? The man squeezed his hat even harder. Yes, well, my employer has already enlisted the police, but he wants to have a private solution as well. Klein felt for the guy. What happened to the child? And what's your relationship with them? The man lowered his head. I'm the family's butler, and little Elliot was taken right from their home. Roseanne frowned sympathetically. Unfortunately, all of our personnel are occupied. Klein waved her off. I can help. Roseanne cast Klein a skeptical look, but the butler jumped on the offer gratefully. Thank you, sir. My employer will pay £200. 100 if you can at least locate Elliot for the cops, and another 100 if you rescue him yourself. Klein couldn't believe that number. It was more money than he'd ever seen. But he wasn't in it for the money. It'll be dangerous, but that kid is in trouble. Not to mention, this is a great opportunity to use my new powers to do something good. Roseanne pulled Klein aside, voice low. You can't take this mission. You're not nearly experienced enough. Klein wouldn't hear it. Come on. If I can help them even a little, it'll be worth it. Roseanne shook her head. You don't understand. You can't take a case without a partner, even if you have all the experience in the world. We have protocols. Klein's face fell. Damn it. We're going to leave a kid in danger all because of some stupid protocols? Just then, Leonard returned from the Nighthawk's tunnels. He saw the look on Klein's face and interjected himself. What's going on here? Klein lit up. An opportunity. He clapped his hand on Leonard's shoulder. Amazing timing. There's a gentleman here looking to hire investigators to help find a kidnapped child for his boss. Leonard's interest was piqued. A rich guy's kid. That sounds like a job that pays well. He grinned, but Klein didn't seem amused. Besides, it'll be fun to see you in action. I haven't been in the field with the seer for quite some time. Klein bit his lip. I'm still getting a handle on my powers, to be honest. I wouldn't call myself a seer yet. Leonard laughed. A baby seer's even more fun to watch. A lot less predictable that way. Klein was taken aback. Does this guy take anything seriously? Is everything one big joke to him? But then he shook it off. If Leonard was going to help, his attitude didn't matter. So you're in. We can take the case. Leonard flashed a wicked smirk. Hell yeah. Let's go save a rich kid. With Leonard by his side, Klein approached the hopeful butler. We can help you find the missing child, but we need a few things to get started. The butler was relieved. Thank you. Whatever you need, I'm sure my boss will provide it. Klein cut right to the chase. If we're going to be able to find Elliot, we'll need clothes that Elliot has recently worn. Leonard jumped in helpfully. Preferably including a favorite accessory. Oh, and a photo. The butler scoffed in confusion. Why the devil would you need his clothes? Klein reddened. Oh, right. He thinks we're just a regular security team, not a secret force of Beyonders dedicated to protecting the city from supernatural threats. Klein needed to lie, and fast, but he was stumped. I can't even hint that we need these objects for a magical ritual. But before he could say anything, Leonard lied smoothly. My colleague here has a dog who will follow the child's scent. The butler exhaled, immediately on board. Ah, that makes sense. Wonderful. Come with me. Leonard tossed Klein a mischievous wink as they followed the butler to his carriage. The butler's employer's private carriage pulled up to a massive manse on the ritzy side of town. The butler hopped out into the rain, too rushed to even open his umbrella. Wait here if you don't mind. I don't want to overwhelm the household. Klein and Leonard weren't dying to get out into the torrential downpour, so they readily agreed. As the butler vanished into the house, Leonard turned to Klein. Hey, sorry again about before. All the probing questions and razzing you. I do think we'll find the Antigonus journal soon. Klein's eyes widened. The carriage driver was well within earshot. He kept his voice low. Be quiet. The driver might hear you. Leonard put his hands up in submission. Okay, geez. I didn't think it was that intense. Klein had no idea what to make of that. I'd love it if he could just take one thing seriously. The butler returned, soaked to the bone, and handed them a bag containing a school uniform, a picture of Elliot, a toy dinosaur made of wood, and a few other assorted items. I hope these suit your needs. Klein rifled through the bag. Yes, these are excellent. Thank you. Leonard smiled. Well, we should be on our way then. They moved to leave the carriage, but the butler stopped them, concerned. Don't you want to know what happened? You haven't asked for details. It was clear the butler was concerned that he'd hired the wrong people. Klein scolded himself silently. That's right. Normal investigators would need more information to go off of. Klein rubbed the back of his own neck. Yes, sorry. I think we're just eager to help. Leonard leaned in. Right. Tell us how he was taken. How many kidnappers were there? The butler's eyes fell, ashamed. 3 assailants broke in and took Elliot from here, right from his home. They had 2 hunting rifles and a revolver. I'm not enough of a marksman to know the makes and models of the guns. Klein thought for a moment. Were the men acting unusual in any way? The butler's tone sharpened. I find it rather unusual that they broke in and kidnapped a small boy. Klein winced. Did they say anything? The butler tried to remember, emotional. It all happened so fast. They told us not to move, or else Elliot would die. I'm afraid I was too much of a coward to call their bluff. Klein put his hand on the man's shoulder. Don't think of it that way. If you'd acted rashly, who knows what those men would have done? Leonard nodded as he prepared his umbrella, eyeing the rain. We'll take care of it. The butler wiped a tear from his eye. Thank you. Please save Elliot. He's a good kid. And with that, he stepped aside. Nothing left to discuss, Klein and Leonard dashed out into the street, waving for a taxi carriage. Leonard handed the driver a few coins. Please take us, in any direction. The driver balked. Excuse me? Leonard grinned. Just get us moving, and I'll update you after I talk to my friend here. The driver counted the coins in his hand and decided it was worth his time. Whatever you say. Leonard turned back to Klein, who was searching through the missing child's items to find something he might be able to attune to. Anything we can use? Klein examined an odd necklace they'd included. It was a religious talisman. It looked to be from the Church of the Lord of Storms. He couldn't decipher the symbols that adorned it, but he assumed they were some sort of ward against evil. Too bad he wasn't wearing it when they broke in. Klein held the necklace in his hand and entered a half-meditative state where he could access his spiritual abilities. The necklace vibrated a little in his palm. He could feel a connection to Elliot through it. His eyes flashed open. "This will do the trick." Leonard's grin grew wider. "Excellent. Do your thing." Klein carefully wrapped the necklace around his cane. He slowed his breathing to a crawl as his eyes turned completely dark, entering a full meditative state. Leonard immediately tapped the driver on the shoulder. "Stop here while we figure out where we're headed. And whatever happens next, don't worry about it." He handed the driver a wad of cash. This time, the driver simply gave a thumbs up. He didn't even try to turn his head to see what they were up to back there. Money could buy anything, including discretion. Klein focused on his cane, the talisman, and one question echoing in his mind over and over. "Where is Elliot? Where is Elliot? Where is Elliot?" Guided by an invisible force, Klein's cane lifted off the ground and pointed to the left. Leonard smacked the side of the carriage. "Go left, now!" The carriage took off. As the carriage turned, the cane pointed forward like a compass needle in Klein's hands. Then, it swiftly shifted to the right. "Driver, to the right!" Leonard's eyes never left the cane. "Here!" The carriage rumbled down the road, cornering the turn so sharply it almost went up on two wheels. If the driver was annoyed by the late directions, he didn't let on, only staring dutifully at the road ahead. Leonard watched Klein closely. "Klein, buddy, how far are we?" Klein opened his eyes, still completely black, as he channeled his connection through the cane. "He's not far now." The cane swung to the left again. Leonard excitedly smacked the carriage again. "Driver, left!" The carriage turned sharply and the cane immediately dropped to the ground. "Stop!" Leonard tossed even more money at the driver. "For your excellent service, sir." The driver could only stare at the pile of money in his hand as Leonard and Klein hurried out of his carriage. Klein's eyes were back to normal now. He turned and craned his neck up at the building in front of them, shielding his eyes from the rain. The place was 5 stories tall, and it had seen better days. Its windows were boarded up, broken, or both. Klein glanced to Leonard warily. "The kid's in there." Leonard interlaced his fingers and cracked every knuckle simultaneously. "Let's go." Klein closed his eyes again, refocusing on the cane. "Where is Elliot? Where is Elliot?" The cane lifted from the ground once more and directed them into the building. They quickly found a stairway where the cane pointed up. Leonard sighed. I hate stairs. Klein could feel a pull deep in his gut, a force guiding him. "He's on the top floor." Leonard looked at him skeptically. "Are you sure? Is that where the cane is pointing?" Klein shook his head. "No, well, yes, but more specifically, I can sense him there. I can't explain why or how, but I just know it." Leonard cocked his head. "I'm a little jealous of your powers, Klein." Klein found that odd. He knew Leonard was a Sequence 8 Midnight Poet, which was on the sleepless pathway, like Dunn. "You could probably learn this one. Aren't Midnight Poets supposed to be sensitive to spirits?" Leonard scoffed. "Ha! In my experience, they've been more of a hindrance than a help." Klein wanted to ask more questions, but they were nearly at the top. He paused, lowering his voice. "From here on out, we should probably be quiet. We don't want them to hear us." They climbed the rest of the stairs in silence, stepping lightly. keeping an eye on their surroundings, exercising as much caution as possible. Klein stopped on the last floor and closed his eyes again. Where is Elliot? A sharp wind blew through the hall as Klein's cane pointed to the exact apartment. Suddenly, Klein felt a presence right beside him, but it wasn't Leonard. It was something else. A dark spirit or entity that hovered just out of his view. He'd sensed something similar on other days where he'd used his powers a lot, and it immediately put him on edge. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and a chill passed through his bones. But no, something about this entity felt different. It feels familiar. But he couldn't worry about that right now. They had more pressing issues at hand. Klein tapped his forehead twice and activated his spirit vision, setting his sights on the door. He could see 4 auras on the other side. 3 kidnappers, 1 hostage. The hostage's aura was by far the smallest one, and Klein could see it flashing red. The kid is scared to death. The young child's aura pulsated with fear, and thanks to Klein's sensitivity, he couldn't help but feel that fear too, even through the apartment's walls. Shit. We have to get in there. Leonard leaned in. Don't worry. I'll sing them something pretty. Klein raised an eyebrow. Is there a dance number too? Leonard smirked as he gently dropped the bag containing Elliot's clothes and moved toward the door, his expression peaceful as he began his serenade. The threat of horror grows, so does the crimson cry. It was like a lullaby, gently echoing throughout the room. Klein realized he'd heard it once before, at his old apartment, when the Nighthawks had saved him from the Secret Order's intruder. A certainty to those who see that this life does fly. Just like last time, Klein's eyelids felt heavy, like he could fall asleep standing up. He fought against it, but he was just so damn tired. A certainty to those who see that the rest is lies. Klein's limbs were like lead. He knew he should be panicking, but he felt an immense calm. The world around him was nothing but a peaceful dream, as if he were sitting by a moonlit lake and not in the hallway outside the kidnapper's lair. Oh, wait. He was losing control, and he needed to be here for Elliot. Stay awake. Klein was nearly on the ground when Leonard finally finished singing. He blinked, trying to shake off the exhaustion. Leonard flashed a mischievous grin. I could use some accompaniment. Do you know how to play piano? Klein wasn't amused. You could have warned me. I did. And they don't call us midnight poets for nothing, Klein. Leonard winked. My song is particularly potent. The kidnappers are all fast asleep. Klein rubbed his eyes, still groggy, and Leonard playfully slapped him on the chest. Come on, you're a beyonder. It would take a much stronger song to knock you out. I came close, though. Klein scoffed. Note to self, work up a resistance to lullabies. And Leonard. Leonard approached the door and examined the large metal padlock that held it shut. He sighed dramatically. My friend, to open a lock like this requires great concentration and precision. Leonard reared back and punched the lock as hard as he could, shattering the wood around it. He laughed as he tore the dangling lock from its broken latch. Klein gaped. I thought you were going to use magic? Leonard shook his head. Sometimes magic isn't the answer. I've often found that the quickest route between 2 points is brute strength. He turned the knob, opening the door to reveal a room full of kidnappers and their young victim, all completely unconscious. They were scattered throughout the place, pistols unceremoniously dropped at their feet. One of the kidnappers began to stir. Leonard gave him a "Go back to sleep now." He slid to the confused criminal, striking him with the butt of his gun, knocking him out once and for all. See? Much faster. Klein had to admit, Leonard was effective. I think I need some brute strength of my own. Leonard and Klein began to tie up the kidnappers when Klein felt the air shift around him. It was subtle, but he felt another person approaching, even before he heard them. Klein grabbed his revolver and spun around, aiming directly at a young man in the doorway holding a bag full of groceries. Klein kept his voice calm. "Put your hands in the air." But inside, he was freaking out. I sensed him coming. I didn't know I could do that. The young man raised his hands, groceries falling to the floor. He seemed scared. I think there's been a misunderstanding." In the tension, Klein genuinely couldn't tell if this was another kidnapper or just some next-door neighbor checking in. Either way, he wasn't going to allow any glaring mistakes on his first case as a Nighthawk. "Don't move, and you won't get hurt." The man nodded, and Klein's heart raced. He'd never pointed a gun at someone before. Leonard, still binding the kidnappers, calmly called over his shoulder. "He's one of them. Probably the safe house manager." He took on a mocking tone. "Did you bring some snacks for the rest of the bad guys?" The man in the doorway's mouth curled slightly just as he kicked the grocery bag straight at Klein's face. No time to think. Klein pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced straight through the grocery bag and caught the man square on the left shoulder, sending him stumbling back with a cry of pain. "Ah!" His foot caught the top stair, and he tumbled down. Klein's breathing was labored. He was frozen in place, gun still aimed at the doorway, smoke dancing from its barrel. Leonard nonchalantly moved to the top of the stairs and looked down at the man, crumpled up on the floor below. "Nice shot." Klein's eyes were wide. I was aiming for his leg." Leonard laughed and patted Klein on the shoulder. "Ha! You can put that down now. I don't think he's coming back." Klein lowered the gun, the faint smell of blood on his nose. Behind him, he heard rustling as Elliot woke with a weak, innocent moan. "Ah." Leonard rushed to his side to help him up. "It's all right, Elliot. You're safe now." The young boy squinted sleepily at them. "Who are you people?" "Yes, we are. Good guess." Leonard pulled a chair over for the boy. Klein didn't think this was an appropriate time for joking, but Leonard never seemed to turn it off. He stepped in to clarify. "Your father sent us. We're here to help you." He sensed the relief coursing through the tearful child as Leonard guided him into the chair. Once Elliot was settled, Leonard stood up and pulled Klein aside. "Go get the police and tell them what's happening. They'll get him out of here safely." Klein set off immediately, but as he made his way down the stairs and past the body of the man he shot, he felt a nagging feeling that he was forgetting something. Outside, Klein searched for help, finally coming upon a patrolling police carriage at the end of the block. He waved down the officers inside. "I'm with the Blackthorn Security Company. I'm professional security personnel." Klein swallowed. Better not show them my special operations badge. I don't want to call any attention to the Nighthawks. Gotta keep my aliases straight. One cop poked his head out. "Ann, what do you need?" He didn't seem to have much enthusiasm for the opportunity he was about to receive. "We've located a kidnapped boy. and we need your help." The two officers exchanged a tired glance. "Lead the way." When they arrived, Leonard was in the midst of a game of charades with Elliot to keep him distracted from the harrowing experience he'd just endured. The policeman's voice boomed with authority. "This the boy?" Leonard looked to Elliot, then to the officer. "No, I am." Elliot giggled. The officer rolled his eyes and shoved Leonard aside. As his partner ran to notify the family and call for backup, Leonard pulled Klein aside. "Let's go." Klein was taken aback. "Don't we need to go to the police station and give a statement?" Leonard waved his hand dismissively. "Waste of time. They won't even notice. And it's less paperwork for them." As the officer spoke gently with young Elliot, Klein felt an immense wave of pride that they were able to rescue him. Assured that Elliot was safe, he followed Leonard out to the street. Several police carriages gathered in front of the building. Elliot's father leaped out of one of them, tears streaming down his face. His butler was right on his heels, keeping an appropriate distance behind his employer, of course. But Klein could feel the man's joy and relief. "We did that." Leonard hailed a passing taxi carriage and they both climbed in. The commotion of the scene fading as they pulled away. Leonard slapped his knee. 200 pounds! Can you believe it? Klein had forgotten all about the reward. But then he realized they hadn't thought this through. "Don't you think the police will find it suspicious that all the kidnappers were asleep? Won't they tell them that we used magic?" Leonard barked out a laugh. "Ha! These criminals? They're not as smart as you think. They'll blame the weather or their own lack of sleep. It's never been a problem before, and it won't be now." Klein exhaled. But Leonard leaned in, lowering his voice. "Now, your demon hunting bullet, that's another story." Klein winced. Shit. But Leonard didn't seem concerned. "Once they pull it out of that man's shoulder, it may raise some eyebrows. We can always just say you're some superstitious weirdo who's obsessed with mysticism." He chuckled. "Not far off, if you ask me." Klein envied Leonard's celebratory attitude. He wished he felt the same, but that uncomfortable sensation in his gut wouldn't go away. "I still feel like I'm forgetting something." That night, as Klein slept soundly in his bed, he startled awake. Whoever was at the door, they were persistent. And it was the middle of the fucking night. Who the hell could that be? He fought through his exhaustion to the entranceway and opened the door to the cold air. By his feet lay a small journal, and Klein felt an eerie sense of déjà vu. As the notebook opened on its own, fluttering to a specific page. He knelt down, squinting to adjust his eyes to the darkness. When the image became clear, Klein's heart dropped to the floor. It was an image of the Fool. And underneath, it read, "Everyone will die, including me." As he stared, baffled, the image of the Fool's mouth curled into a smile. Klein screamed. And he was still screaming as he jolted awake. For real this time. Cold sweat soaking his sheets. Thank the goddess. It was just another nightmare. But suddenly, in a flash of revelation, Klein realized what was nagging him. What he felt like he'd been forgetting. That feeling I was having in that apartment. The entity that's been watching me. It felt familiar. He remembered something Dunn had told him about the feeling of déjà vu. That sense that you felt something before. That familiarity of extraordinary magic. The feeling was a trail. And it leads to the Antigonus Journal. Klein could feel it in his bones. The Antigonus Journal is in the apartment across from the kidnappers. He immediately rolled out of bed and threw off his sleeping clothes, grabbing the black pants and white shirt he'd previously tossed down on the floor. He flung them over his body. There was no time to waste. As he frantically dressed, he noticed his buttons were out of alignment. He scoffed and unbuttoned, trying again. But this time, it was worse. He started over again, but still couldn't line them up. Looking in the mirror, he saw the zipper of his pants was down, and his shoes were on the wrong feet. He shook his head. Slow down, Klein. Meditate. Ease your panic. Meditation had uses beyond just magic. The top hat materialized in his mind once again. This was getting easier for Klein, and after only a brief moment, he felt calm and centered. And he was even more sure that his instincts were right. He finished dressing, slinging his holster strap over his shoulders, pulling his revolver from underneath his pillow, and securing it firmly under his arm. Coat, hat, cane. Time to go. He snuck downstairs as silently as a thief in the night. Passing the living room, he grabbed a pen and pad from the coffee table and scribbled a note for Melissa, since he'd be gone by the time she woke up. I had to go to work early. I'm sorry I won't be able to walk you to town today. I'll make it up to you. He scratched out his initials and slipped out the front door. The street was dark and eerily quiet as he walked. No pedestrians out at this early hour. Even still, the breeze on his face felt cool and comforting. But not comforting enough to calm Klein's nerves completely. He was jittery, and everything seemed to startle him. Even the shadows were making him nervous. He checked his pocket watch. 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight hadn't yet faded, but there was a hint of light on the horizon. I need to get to the Nighthawks. They'll know what to do. Klein reached in his pocket for the gadget Melissa had made him, the one that was meant to calm his anxious energy. He rolled it around in his palm for the rest of the walk, letting it soothe his frayed nerves until he reached the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. He figured it was too early for anyone else to be there. However, before he could turn the key, the unlocked door lurched open. Klein entered cautiously to find Leonard lounging in the lobby, twirling a cigar in his hand. Klein, what are you doing here so early? Klein stared. I'd ask you the same thing. But Leonard seemed happy to see him. Cigar? Klein shook his head. Suit yourself. Leonard leaned back for a moment, then his eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. You're not a sleepless. Did you have a bad dream? Klein wasn't in the mood for Leonard's jokes. Where's the captain? Leonard grunted at Klein's dismissal and pointed down the hall. Huh. In his office. Don't worry, you won't be waking him up. Klein beelined for Dunn's office and barged right in. No time for pleasantries. Leonard, interest piqued, snuck after him. Dunn didn't even look up from his newspaper. What's the matter, Klein? Klein was buzzing with energy. Now that he was here, he couldn't hold in his excitement. I had it. The déjà vu, that familiar feeling you told me to look for. Dunn was not as excited as Klein thought he should be. Good for you. Dunn. Klein pushed the captain's newspaper down. I know where the Antigonus Journal is. This got his attention. Where? Klein paced. In the apartment across the hall from where Leonard and I rescued the little boy yesterday. I felt something strange, but I didn't realize what it was until I had a pretty messed up dream about it. Dunn blinked, surprised. I'll be honest with you, Klein. You shouldn't have been on an assignment like that to begin with. You aren't experienced enough." Klein couldn't believe this was what Dunn was focused on. "I'm sorry, Captain, I thought—" But Dunn wasn't finished. "You're a civilian employee, not a full Nighthawk. Taking that job was dangerous. And just because I don't sleep doesn't mean I enjoy spending my night digging a demon-hunting bullet out of a dead man's shoulder to cover up your mess." Klein's eyes widened. "Shit." He hung his head. But Dunn softened. "Lucky for you. Looks like it worked in your favor." He met Klein's gaze. "Seems to me it was destiny." Klein was not expecting that response. Leonard, lingering just outside the door, wasn't either. He leaned in the doorframe with his signature shit-eating grin. "Well, I guess we missed an even bigger opportunity yesterday, didn't we, Klein?" Klein tensed. What is with this guy? Dunn frowned. "Don't think you're off the hook. You knew better than to bring Klein on that mission." Leonard threw his hands up defensively. "I tried to talk him out of it." Klein gaped. "No, he certainly did not." Dunn ignored the comment, shifting to the business at hand. "Enough. Leonard, have Cornley retrieve old Neil's post and send him our way. And get the corpse collector, Fry, too. We're going to want them with us for this." Leonard nodded. "Aye, aye, Captain." Klein watched Leonard leave, suddenly wondering if he should trust that man after all. Klein and Dunn waited in front of the Blackthorn security building as the Nighthawk's carriage approached, Leonard taking the reins at the coach. Klein recognized old Neil's silhouette in the back seat, but not the pale, angular man sitting next to him. They took their seats and old Neil grumbled. "Is this really so important that it couldn't wait until after I've had breakfast?" The pale man noticed Klein staring. "Fry." Klein blinked. "I'm sorry?" He clarified. "My name is Fry. I'm—" "The corpse collector." Klein felt it was fairly obvious, even if he'd never met a Beyonder of his kind before. There was just something about him that reeked of death. Fry smiled weakly and extended his sickly hand toward Klein. It was the coldest, stiffest handshake Klein had ever experienced. The man looked to be in his early 30s, but he was unnaturally haggard, and his skin had a bluish-gray tint, as if the corpses he collected were leaving a stain. Klein knew it was part of his power, to be able to move amongst the undead undetected, but he still couldn't quite decide whether to be freaked out or fascinated. Dunn leaned forward, a welcome interruption. "I still can't get over the fact that you and Leonard encountered the location of the Antigonus Journal completely by chance." Klein agreed. "It's odd, isn't it?" Dunn studied Klein's face, thoughtful. "Well, yes. Unless you and the Antigonus Journal have some kind of fateful bond." Leonard craned his neck back from the coach. "I guess we'll find out, Captain." "Ugh, would you stop shouting?" Old Neil's mood was not improving. "That's enough. Let's get our plan straight. When we arrive, Fry and I will take the lead, followed by Klein and old Neil. Leonard will take up the rear for cover." Everyone agreed as they pulled up to the building. Dunn unholstered his pistol as they advanced to the front door. "Follow my lead." The team stealthily moved up the stairs in formation, and Klein was impressed at Fry's ability to keep up. He might look like the dead, but at least he moves like the living. As they reached the top floor, Klein tapped his forehead and activated his spirit vision. And although he had no memory of ever being there, the apartment across from the kidnapper's lair instantly gave him the sensation of being recognizable and familiar. Klein pointed, certain. "This one." Old Neil passed to the front and tapped between his eyebrows, examining the door carefully. No one inside. No extraordinary or magical objects either. Dunn looked to Fry, who spoke softly. No evil spirits lurking here. It's safe to go in. Doubt crept into Klein's mind. Then why the hell am I even here? What pulled me to this place if not something extraordinary or evil? Dunn clocked the padlock on the door. We'll need to get that open. Old Neil ambled forward and examined the lock. Give me a minute. He closed his eyes, summoning the magic it would require to... Once again, Leonard had used his fist to break open the lock. The team stared at him, incredulous. He shrugged. What? Are we here to find a journal or not? He flung the broken pieces aside and tossed the heavy lock to the ground. As soon as the lock fell, Klein sensed an invisible seal between him and whatever the hell was waiting inside. The seal vanished as the door opened, welcoming them into the room. However, that welcome quickly turned sour once the stench hit. Klein gagged. What the fuck is that? He fought the urge to run back downstairs for fresh air. Rotting corpse. Fry's announcement was as casual as pointing out a road sign. Dunn pulled his sleeve over his hand and covered his mouth and nose, kicking the door all the way open. It immediately enveloped them in a wave of stale heat. It was warm this time of year, and it was clear this door had not been opened for quite some time. When Klein's eyes adjusted to the dark, he saw a rocking chair at the center of the room, where a woman in a black and white dress sat, very obviously dead. Her skin was black and green, and her body had bloated to the point where Klein was sure if anyone poked her, she'd burst like a balloon. Maggots occupied every one of her exposed orifices, and Klein could see movement under her skin, parasites slithering just beneath the surface. For a moment, Klein was too stunned to react. Fry showed no signs of fear or nausea. He was used to this. Dunn stifled a gag, and even old Neil, who'd seen it all, was visibly shaken. Unfortunately, it only got worse from there. One by one, the woman's eyes popped out of their sockets and rolled across the floor, leaving a wet trail on the hardwood, and landing at Klein's feet. That does it for me. Klein doubled over and promptly vomited his guts out. Klein was bent 90 degrees at the waist as he vomited uncontrollably on the hardwood floor of the apartment, haunted by the rotting corpse of the dead woman, who was now down 2 eyeballs. In his blurred, teary vision, a small tin flask appeared before him. It emitted a soothing aroma. Tobacco, mint, and citrus all mixed inside Klein's nostrils and immediately energized him and settled his stomach. He blinked, gathering himself until he was finally able to stand upright. The hand on the flask was pale white, and Klein didn't need to guess who it belonged to. He shot a grateful look to Fry, the corpse collector, cold and gloomy as ever. Oh, thank you. You get used to it. Fry stashed the flask back in his pocket and approached the corpse to inspect it. He prodded and poked the bloated old woman, and Klein's nausea almost returned as he realized that Fry wasn't wearing any gloves. Dunn and Leonard had already begun searching the apartment, but Klein found old Neil standing just outside the doorway, pinching his nose. I ought to apply for overtime and a bonus this month. This is disgusting. Dunn rolled his eyes. Why don't you make yourself useful and get the police to assist us? Old Neil just scoffed. I'll show you useful. Leonard headed for the door, amused. I'll do it. Wouldn't want the old man to have to climb those stairs again. He patted a disgruntled old Neil on the shoulder as he exited. Dunn examined the ashes on the wall next to the fireplace with a black-gloved hand, turning to Klein. Is any of this familiar? Klein was still seeing with spirit vision, but it had taken him a moment to reorient himself, to see things clearly. He calmed his mind and looked around the room as a deep memory seemed to unlodge itself. Fireplace, rocking chair, table, newspapers, rusty nails, tin cans. It was that feeling again. The déjà vu. It was strong but not clear. The memory overlapping with everything Klein saw in front of him, but not quite fitting into place. Dunn stared at him, waiting for an answer. Klein tried to piece it together. It's a little familiar, yes, but there aren't any distinct memories. I just feel like I've been here before. But as soon as he uttered the words, a sharp pain struck Klein's head as the illusory and erratic chanting he'd heard before penetrated his brain. Hornassus, Fragera, Hornassus, Fragera. Klein focused through the pain. These words are from the secret civilization of the Antigonus Journal. I'm sure of it. The voices swirled, his vision vibrated, and Klein's head pounded. He quickly tapped his forehead, exiting spirit vision. And all was calm. The aching in his head now gone. He took a breath. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. And he meant it. I found out how much this means to the Nighthawks, even if Dunn won't tell me. Dunn nodded sympathetically. It's all right. He headed toward Fry, who wiped the gooey corpse residue from his hands with a white handkerchief. The death occurred more than 5 days ago. There seems to be no external injury or impact caused by extraordinary powers or magic. It will take some further examination to determine the specific cause. Dunn turned to Old Neil and Klein. Anything else? Old Neil stayed in the doorway. I sensed that this room was sealed off by magic when we arrived. Other than that, nothing abnormal. Klein glanced over at the rotting corpse. Sure, just a normal day at the office. But he met Dunn's gaze, apologetic. There don't seem to be any lingering magical effects around us, and I don't think the journal's here either. At least, not anymore. Klein heard footsteps coming up the stairs, getting closer. Not this again. His fingers itched to reach for his revolver when he heard Leonard's voice drift in from the hallway. Here comes the welcome wagon. Leonard entered with 2 police officers, who both reeled back at the sight and stench of the room. One of the officers cautiously and reluctantly approached the dead body. I know this woman. Katie Stefania Bieber. The officer took a shaky breath. She's been a resident of this neighborhood for a long time. Dunn adopted his authoritative tone as a practiced pretend cop. What can you tell me about her? She thought for a second. She's probably about 60 years old, widowed. But she does have a son, Ray Bieber. Took over his father's jewelry business after he passed away. The officer exchanged a look with her partner. Interestingly enough, the neighbors had mentioned to us that they hadn't seen Ray in about a week. Seems to me like he's still missing. Klein raised an eyebrow. Missing? Or escaped with a journal? Old Neil's grunt implied he'd reached the same conclusion. Huh. Dunn nodded in silent agreement, before addressing the officers again. I see. "Do you have a photo of this Ray Bieber?" The second officer piped up. "You think we just carry around a photo of everyone in town?" Dunn shrugged. "Worth a shot. I couldn't find any photos of him here in his own mother's apartment. Don't you find that a little odd?" They all instinctively scanned the room. The walls were blank, no framed photos on any shelves. No one could deny the strangeness of it. Dunn motioned to the cops. "Go down to the first floor and start questioning the neighbors. I want to gather all the information we can about Ray Bieber and poor old Katie here." The officers hesitated until Dunn flashed his Special Operations badge their way, outranking them by quite a bit, and they immediately complied. Dunn listened for the officer's footsteps fading away before he turned to old Neil. "You know what to do." Neil nodded as he produced a small bottle from his pocket. He popped it open and sprinkled a light powder in a circle around himself. He looked at Klein. "Stand with me." Klein obeyed, entering the circle next to old Neil. From inside it, the powder had a strange, pungent smell. And Klein suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping them, similar to the seal he'd sensed in the doorway when they arrived. Old Neil closed his eyes and muttered a low incantation. "I pray for the power of the goddess." Wind and dust swirled around them as a magical force field surrounded them, blocking them off from the rest of the world. "I look to the blessing of the night." The force field made Klein feel protected, physically at least. But instinctual fear rose within him, as if there was a darkness on the other side of this invisible wall. The sensation made him confused and tense, unable to relax. Old Neil opened his eyes. They were pitch black, not even a hint of white. He pulled a pen from his robe and scribbled on a piece of scrap paper on the table. His movements were so fast that his entire body trembled. Neil was sketching the image of a man, but his eyes were locked straight ahead, nowhere near the page. He mumbled as he rapidly scratched some words underneath the caricature. "Black hair, blue eyes, ceramic tooth." His hand opened wide, dropping the pen atop the paper. He convulsed several times until the force field dropped, and old Neil came back to consciousness, his eyes returning to their normal state. Looking a little worse for wear, old Neil took a seat next to his drawing. "This is an image of Ray Bieber, according to the energy left behind in this dwelling." Klein examined the sketch, but he didn't recognize Ray's face. Not in this rendering, at least. Klein frowned, disappointed, but he wasn't going to give up. "I'd like to try something." Klein went immediately for the bedroom, and Dunn followed. Old Neil mumbled to himself. "All that for nothing." But he joined them in the bedroom anyway. Klein gathered a pile of men's clothes on the floor in the center of the room, placing old Neil's drawing on top of it. "It's a rod-seeking divination." Dunn and old Neil shared a look, mutually deciding to trust the eager rookie. After all, he seemed to keep stumbling into success. Klein held his cane upright in front of the pile. He closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation, imagining the picture of Ray Bieber's face. He concentrated for a moment, then carefully let go of his cane. His eyes shot back in his head and turned pitch black, just as old Neil's had. And the cane remained stiffly upright, like it was embedded in the ground. Klein muttered quietly to himself. "Where is Ray Bieber?" He repeated it in his mind, over and over. "Where is Ray Bieber? Where is Ray Bieber?" A humming wind entered the room and gyrated around them. The cane began to shake until it fell, facing the left side of the room. Dunn smiled, impressed. So, we head east. Excellent. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, the cane stood bolt upright once again and fell. This time in the opposite direction. Dunn's brow furrowed. All right. West, then. He looked to Neil, confused. But Neil was just as baffled. Klein refocused. Where is Ray Bieber? Once again, the cane shot up straight and held itself taut. Until it fell, now facing north. Old Neil rubbed his temples. It's no use. Klein came back to reality as the wind dissipated, his cane lying clumsily on top of the dirty pile of clothes. Old Neil patted him on the shoulder. Some magic takes time to master, kid. It didn't work for you today, I'm afraid. Klein clenched his jaw. Either that, or something is interfering with my divination. Klein couldn't shake the feeling that some strange power had interfered with his divination. But Dunn waved off his concerns. It's possible, likely even, but don't stress. We have a plan. We do? He followed Dunn, who was already on the move, ready for action. We'll show the picture of Bieber to all the other residents and confirm that it's him. Once that's done, we'll issue a warrant for his arrest, for the murder of his mother. The more people looking for him, the better. They found Leonard and Fry keeping guard in the living room. Dunn motioned to them. Leonard, go back to the police station with these officers and finish the paperwork on this. Fry, you'll come with me to the local bars to try and find more info on Bieber. Leonard frowned. Why does Corpse Boy get to go to the bar while I get to do paperwork? Fry's expression didn't change, but Dunn rolled his eyes. Because you ask questions like that. He turned back to Klein and Old Neil. You two head back to the Blackthorn and await further instructions. The team dispersed with their assignments. Klein and Old Neil caught a taxi carriage back to Blackthorn security, and Old Neil was still in a foul mood. It's too damn early in the damn morning to have seen shit like that. And I'm hungry. I don't know how you can want food after. Klein shuddered at the memory, but his mind was still on the case. Why on earth would I hide the notebook with Ray Bieber? It's in the complete opposite direction of Welch's house, and I don't even know the man. Old Neil chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Klein stared, incredulous. Obviously not. Old Neil shook his head. Leaving the journal with an unfamiliar, random nobody would end the trail of clues. It was the best way to make sure no one else found it. He met Klein's gaze, serious. Whatever presence possessed you to do what you did, it meant for that journal to be missing forever. The carriage pulled up to the Blackthorn security building, and they exited as Old Neil continued. Your friends, Welch and Naya, were supposed to be dead. Klein's voice was heavy. So was I. Old Neil nodded. So were you. But you survived somehow, and I can't understand why. Ouch. Klein took a breath. But honestly, me neither. He felt guilty that he couldn't tell Neil the whole truth, a feeling that was becoming his baseline these days. I'm technically not lying, but I'm omitting a few key pieces of information. They entered the office. It was still early in the morning, just barely 8 o'clock, and Roseanne hadn't even clocked in for her shift. Old Neil slumped down onto one of the lobby couches with a grunt. Oh, that's better. But Klein wasn't done. But why Ray Bieber, specifically? Old Neil groaned. He'd thought this conversation was over. Who knows? Ray could have been vulnerable to the constellations affecting his life path number, or his star sign. Perhaps he was one of the last living descendants of the Antigonus family. Klein perked up. A descendant of the Antigonus family. That's intriguing. He paced, considering the options. But old Neil kept going. Or maybe the two of you made friends at the bar, got drunk, and you gave it to him as a gift. Or lost it in a bet. The options are endless and unknowable. Old Neil could sense Klein's frustration. I don't get why you're upset. This is all good news for you, kid. Klein stopped pacing, confused. Why do you say that? Neil shrugged. Ray Bieber has the journal, not you. The secret order's after it too. Whatever entity was controlling you has bigger problems than you now. Its attention will be focused elsewhere. That is, as long as you don't do anything to draw its eye back to you. He leaned back into the couch and closed his eyes. It's a long way of saying, congratulations on stepping out from the shadows of the past, boyo. Don't muck it up, and you'll be just fine. Klein tried to absorb that. I pray to the goddess that you're right. Old Neil scoffed, mocking. Oh, really? A devout believer of the goddess doesn't just say prayers in passing. They draw the sign of the crimson moon on their chest and ask the goddess for her blessing. Klein chuckled. They were developing a rapport that he enjoyed, despite old Neil's surly demeanor. How do you know I didn't? Your eyes were closed. Old Neil opened one eye. Did you? Klein grinned. Oh, and you're the pious one? I don't seem to recall you turning to prayer when there was a rotting corpse in front of you. If I remember correctly, you held your nose and whined about a pay raise? They both laughed, and Klein finally felt a little bit of joy after a harrowing morning. But then, out of an abundance of caution, they both tapped their chest in 4 points and prayed in unison. Praise the lady. Klein stifled a smile. Better safe than sorry. Oriana arrived to work, wearing a fashionable green dress, and looking much more presentable than they did after their adventure. Ah, good morning, gentlemen. You're here early. Old Neil barely looked up from the couch. Regrettably, we are. Oriana turned her attention to Klein with a warm smile. Klein, this is convenient. I actually needed to speak to you today. Your client from the kidnapping case paid the commission, which you and Leonard will both receive a percentage of. £10. Come see me for your cut. Klein was thrilled. He called after her as she passed through to her office. Thank you. That's incredible news. Old Neil was less enthused. Lucky lad. A 200-pound commission on your first job as a Nighthawk. Absurd. Klein couldn't tell whether or not he was being serious. Is it? Neil balked. It's rare for a Nighthawk around here to come by one job in a week, and when they do come for us, they're not worth much. Maybe 20 pounds here and there. He glared. You know, had someone told me about this guy, I would have left my post at the Janus Gate to help you out. Klein felt bad. He had no idea. I'm sorry, Neil. I'm still learning how all this works. Neil begrudgingly accepted the apology. Fine. But if you fumble your way into any similarly lucrative jobs in the future, remember to inform your favorite old Nighthawk. Klein smirked. Retired Nighthawk. Neil balked. Did I look retired to you this morning? But then something else didn't add up to Klein. Neil, how much do you make here? That is, if you're comfortable telling me. It must be a lot by now. Neil waved his hand dismissively. It's no secret. I've been here a long time, and with my salaries from the police department and the church, I net £12 per week. £12? That was inconceivable to Klein. Holy shit! That's more than £600 a year. Neil drove the point home. And with no taxes deducted. Klein was blown away, jealous even. But now he had way more questions. Then why are you complaining about needing commissions? Old Neil didn't appreciate the judgment. I study potions, rituals, spells. Made my career on it. Do you know how hard it is to get the ingredients? How much it costs to cook up even a single sequence potion? Klein reddened. No? He furrowed his brow. The Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't provide you with the materials? The conversation was beginning to exhaust the old man. They might, but there are limits to what we can receive or borrow. We have to apply, get approved by a committee who may not understand the request, blah blah, paperwork. He rolled his eyes. And anyway, if you really want to learn about mysticism, you need more than we have here. That piqued Klein's curiosity. So where do you get your supplies? Neil was growing impatient now. Where do you think, kid? But when he saw Klein's blank stare, he scowled. Underground markets, mostly. Sometimes through the organization, but from my own salary. Klein was genuinely surprised. You mean a black market? For mysticism? Klein's mind was reeling. I'm sure the Tarot Club would love to know about this. He sat next to old Neil, feeling bold. Will you take me? Old Neil sat up. These markets aren't sanctioned by the church. You're too new at this. You don't know how to navigate the regulations. Klein cut him off. But I'm a seer. I'll eventually need access to the same things you do. Isn't it better to learn now? Old Neil sighed, resigned. Fine. I'll take you. But only because I'd like you to shut up now. He considered. And not until I've repaid a debt to one of the vendors. Klein was taken aback. How much is your debt? £30. Klein's jaw practically hit the floor. £30? He couldn't imagine owing that much. Do you need to borrow some money? I just got a bonus. Old Neil scoffed. Huh, keep your money. I can handle my own problems. He hoisted himself up from the couch with a grunt. Ugh. And my current problems are that I'm starving, and you won't stop talking. He shuffled toward the long stairwell down. I'll be in the archives eating my breakfast if anyone needs me. Which I hope they don't. Klein let him go, amused, as he considered his next steps. He was exhausted, but he had the whole day ahead of him. He had a bonus incoming, and nothing to do but await instructions. The day was his. And Klein knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. I'm a seer. I need to start acting like it, just like Russell said. It's time to unearth extraordinary things. It's time to join the Divination Club. Klein entered the Divination Club, eager to join. The receptionist greeted him cheerfully. Hello, Mr. Moretti. Welcome back. Klein was stunned that the woman remembered him. Hi, sorry, I didn't get your name last time. She smiled. I didn't give it. She extended her hand. I'm Angelica Bearheart. He shook her hand politely. You have a great memory, Angelica. She laughed to herself. Ha! You were the first person to hire Mr. Glades, and that makes you especially memorable. Though I'm sorry to say that he's not in today. She furrowed her brow, thinking. In fact, he hasn't been in since your last visit. Klein waved it off. That's okay. I'm not here for another reading. I'm here to become a member. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't realize you were so interested in divination. I think I mentioned before that there's quite a sizable fee for membership. Klein stood up straighter. Yes, and I'm prepared to pay. Angelica nodded, her tone cautious. Great. The initial fee is £5. After that, it'll be £2 annually. This should cover it. Klein handed her a £5 note from his pocket. Angelica inspected it closely. It does seem authentic. Klein tried his hardest not to be offended by her skepticism. After our interaction a week ago, I'd probably be skeptical too. Her plastered-on customer service smile returned as she handed Klein a clipboard with a form to fill out. My name, address, fine. Birthday? No way. Klein had been studying with old Neil long enough to know the power of a birthday. It reveals far too much about my life path number, and I can't risk that information falling into the wrong hands. Klein turned in the form to Angelica, who traded it for 2 cufflinks. You're a full-fledged member now. Surprised, he examined the cufflinks, which were engraved with symbols in Hermes. They say fortune teller. Cute. Angelica handed him a pamphlet. You now have access to all of the club's benefits, like our members-only classes to help you learn to achieve your full potential. Klein cut her off. Thank you, but I'd really like to start offering readings for people, like Mr. Glades did for me. He already spent most of his days with old Neil, trying to achieve his full potential. I'm here because I have to act like a seer. Angelica frowned. We can add you to the list, but we can't formally recommend you to customers until you're more experienced, which will severely limit your draw. Klein sighed. I understand. I'll have to make do. Angelica considered. I need to know your prices, in case someone asks for you. Her tone implied that was unlikely at best. Klein hesitated. I hadn't even thought about my prices. Feels like something that should have crossed my mind. This is an opportunity for extra cash. He remembered the price of Mr. Glades' reading, which had appealed to him because it was the cheapest option. He didn't want to undercut Glades by going lower. I'd like to charge 8 pence. That's the same price as Mr. Glades, right? Angelica tried to conceal any judgment. Yes, sir. It's the lowest price we allow. Great. That's perfect, since I have no reputation yet. Angelica grinned in agreement. She gestured to the beaded curtain separating the lobby from the rest of the club. Well, I know you weren't interested before, but Mr. Vincent Hanaz is teaching a members-only class on magic mirror divination as we speak. Klein's jaw dropped. Magic mirror divination can be extremely dangerous, especially if it's misused. And here Klein thought he'd played the system, using his job to cover the membership fee. But it seemed like the Nighthawks should have had someone watching the divination club all along. I better check it out, to make sure nothing unsavory is going on in there. Klein thanked Angelica for the heads up and entered the members-only area. He was surprised to see how perfectly normal it all looked. It felt a lot more like an office space than a club of mystical prognostication. He could see a small gathering nearby, just under 10 people, in a public sitting area. He rightly assumed that it was Mr. Hanaz who stood lecturing at the front. Klein sat in the back row to watch the man speak, but it was an extremely dry presentation. It's a wonder even this many people decided to sit through his talk. It didn't take long for Klein to discern that Hanaz was teaching a safe method of divination, involving the 7 orthodox deities. Thank the goddess. To be sure, Klein activated his spirit vision to investigate Hanaz's aura. The man seemed healthy, though there was a patch of dark red emanating from him. He's worried about something. But he doesn't seem like the type to be anxious about public speaking. He'd have put more effort into it if he was. I wonder what's bothering him. Klein scanned the room, trying to get a feel for everyone around him, and he caught the eye of a well-dressed, affable man. The man approached, curious, whispering to avoid interrupting Hanaz. I haven't seen you around here before. Name's Steve. Edward Steve. Klein kindly shook his hand, while his brain tried to untangle which of those was the man's actual first name. Klein Moretti. Nice to meet you. I just joined today. Edward Steve patted him on the back. Fresh meat for the mill. He laughed at his own joke. I've been around for a year, but I remember the first time I stepped through those doors. He shot Klein a mischievous look. Hanaz wasn't teaching that day, thank the goddess. If he were, I'd have fallen asleep. Am I interrupting you two? Hanaz stared daggers at them. If you'd like to teach this technique, be my guest. Klein turned beet red, but Edward just rolled his eyes and led him to a side table where they could sit and chat privately, and escape the wrath of Hanaz. What brings you to the divination club? Klein smoothed his coat, stalling. I can't tell him that I want to gather information and skills for a secret cabal. And I definitely can't say I'm spying for a secret church-sanctioned supernatural police force. So I guess it's option 3. He gave a as if searching for the answer. I've always been fascinated by the art of divination. I've tried my hand at it here and there, and I'm not too bad. Edward smirked. Confidence. I love it. He leaned in. Here's a little tip that took me too long to figure out. Set your prices in the middle of the pack. No one wants to pay the most, but they don't want to pay the least either. They feel like the quality of the reading will suffer. Klein nodded along, even though he himself had gotten a reading and chosen the cheapest option. That's good advice, thanks. But Edward wasn't finished. Also, be careful chatting with any fortune teller that seems too eager to help you. There are a lot of old hats in here that are looking for any way to get the upper hand. Klein cocked an eyebrow. Does that mean I shouldn't trust you? Edward chuckled. I'm doing just fine without tanking the competition. But yeah, if it keeps you skeptical, don't trust me blindly. He shrugged. You're surrounded by people who make a living by reading others, and no reading is ever free, if you follow. Klein had already learned that lesson the hard way once. He subconsciously felt for his pocket watch. Still there. Before he could respond, Angelica interrupted them. Mr. Steve, you have been requested for a reading. He winked at Klein. See? Gotta keep those prices in the middle. He stood. Nice to meet you, Klein. Welcome to the club. Keep an eye out. As Edward left to greet his client, Klein stopped Angelica on her way out. Mrs. Bearhart, I was wondering if I could adjust my prices. Angelica turned, surprised. That was fast. You haven't even had a client yet. Klein reddened. Yes, I just feel like I might be more enticing at a higher price point. Angelica didn't seem convinced. Whatever you say. They walked out to the lobby together just as Angelica beamed to see Mr. Glades step inside. It's been a while, Mr. Glades. I was starting to worry. Glade saw Klein, immediately removed his hat, and bowed in reverence. Mr. Moretti, I'm thrilled to see you again, but I'm not sure why you ever came to me for a reading. You have powerful magic. Klein shook his head. That's an exaggeration, but I'm glad to see you're doing well. He tipped his hat. Unfortunately, I'm on my way out for the afternoon, but I hope we run into each other again soon. Please. Glade stepped aside so Klein could head out. As Klein left, he heard Angelica questioning Glades, baffled. What do you mean he's powerful? Didn't you give him a reading? Glade's voice drifted outside as the door swung closed. That's true, but it was Mr. Moretti who saved my life. Klein sat at the dinner table across from Benson and Melissa. He liked having his brother around full-time, now that there was enough space for all three of them. Benson took a bite of his white fish and pointed his fork at Klein. I've been wondering something about your new job. Why is it that a security company for ancient artifacts would need you at 6 in the morning? Was the place even open? Klein had a smooth lie at the ready. Important documents needed to be shipped to Backland, and it was urgent. Obviously, the people handling them needed to confirm they were all there, and they don't speak Faceac, so how would they have known? Benson mulled it over, then nodded, satisfied. You seem pretty indispensable to them. Klein grinned. It's true. They even gave me a 5-pound bonus for overtime pay. Both Benson and Melissa's jaws dropped. Melissa tried to shake off her amazement. 5 whole pounds? For a few extra hours? How could they possibly afford that? Klein shrugged. You'd be surprised how valuable ancient artifacts are. There's a lot of money in it. Benson scoffed. I swear, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you robbed a bank or something. Melissa rolled her eyes. Oh, please. Klein is a terrible liar. It makes him the most trustworthy person we know. Klein felt a pang in his heart. He'd gotten so much better at lying recently, but it still didn't feel right, especially not with his family. I hate that I have to keep so much of my life secret from them. They're the only people who love me unconditionally, and I've got so many walls up. Klein stabbed a few green beans with his fork. Benson, you should use the 5 pounds to buy yourself some new clothes. Benson clutched his chest in mock offense. Do you not approve of my old tattered garb, my lord? He laughed. No, that won't be necessary. The docks tend to destroy clean clothes in a matter of minutes. No sense in offering up anything new to the sacrifice. But he thought for a moment. That said, it might be nice if I could buy a few books. I've been thinking about studying accounting. He saw their baffled expressions and explained. I don't want to do hard labor my whole life. Klein beamed. I love that idea. He gestured toward his room upstairs. You know, I have some college textbooks that might be helpful. Maybe not the ancient language stuff, of course, but I have a few on civics, writing, what have you. You're welcome to take whatever you want, and buy the rest. Klein was thrilled that Benson came up with this on his own. Benson learning civics and writing will be extremely helpful if my plans to create a civil servant exam are realized. Benson smiled, grateful. That's as good a start as any. But I don't think the books I want would cost anywhere near 5 pounds. Maybe some of that can go toward new clothes for Melissa, too. Melissa, predictably, shook her head. Come on, you guys. This is the first time we have extra money. We can't just spend every penny we have the second we get it. We have to plan for the future, or else we won't have one. Klein and Benson shared a look. Surprisingly, they both agreed. You know what? Klein patted his sister's hand. You're right. We'll wait until we're a little more secure. Benson lowered his voice playfully. We've got to be respectable members of our community, after all. Melissa's eyes brightened. That reminds me. Mrs. Shoud's butler stopped by earlier with an invitation to some kind of gathering at her house. You know, the huge white place with that hideous ornamental trim? Benson furrowed his brow. Mrs. Shoud. Her husband is some kind of lawyer, right? Melissa nodded and Klein sighed. Unfortunately, I have to work, so please send them my regrets. Benson rolled his food around on his plate. We should get on good terms with him. But I read in a magazine that people in higher classes have strange etiquette rules with their neighbors. Klein raised his eyebrows. Do they drink the blood of the poor or something? Sleep upside down like bats? Benson chuckled. No, nothing sinister, just odd. Like they expect certain things. Calls and responses like we're at church. Everything's so formal. He raised his fork for emphasis. I also read that they like to drop in on their neighbors at 2 in the afternoon and call it a morning visit. Melissa giggled. Do they sleep in that late? Goddess, to be so lucky. I guess they don't have to wake up at the crack of dawn. Benson agreed. Please. What I wouldn't do to sleep in until 6 a.m. and then laze about in my pajamas, worrying about something absurd, like why one of my many priceless paintings is crooked. He leaned back, wistful. That's the life for me. Klein cocked his head. As weird as all that sounds, we have to be prepared to host them. We should stock up on coffee, teas, some fancy snacks, just in case. Klein wanted nothing more than to give his brother the luxury of lazing about in pajamas someday. And acting comes in handy for more than just sequence potions. We have to learn to act classy if we're gonna move up in the world. Klein entered the Nighthawk's office, surprised to see old Neil hovering by the door. He shook his head at Klein, annoyed. You're late. Klein checked his pocket watch. He definitely wasn't late, but it wasn't worth fighting about. Sorry. Should we head to the lab? Old Neil slapped him on the back. Not today, boyo. We're going to train at my place. Klein was taken aback. Your place? Why? Old Neil pulled him toward the door, obviously in a hurry. We're going to be learning a bit of ritualistic magic, and this sort of thing requires more space than we have downstairs. He patted his pockets, then froze. Damn, forgot my keys. Wait here. He hurried back through the building. Klein waited obediently until... Pardon me. Someone bumped into him from behind. He turned, only to find himself face to face with a gorgeous, raven-haired Nighthawk with sleepy eyes. We haven't met. I'm Raya Radin. He shook himself out of his stupor long enough to introduce himself to her. Klein Moretti. She eyed him closely as she passed, then whispered a warning. Be careful. Ritual magic is a very dangerous thing. Before Klein could ask how she knew he was going to practice rituals or why she was cautioning him, she was gone, deep into the Nighthawk's underground. When they arrived at Neil's bungalow an hour or so later, Klein was amused by the well-tended garden out front. It was full of birds and insects and life. But more importantly, full of common ingredients for potions. I guess it makes a certain amount of sense to grow your own supplies. But the inside of Neil's home was nothing at all like Klein had imagined. There were wall-to-wall floral patterns, doilies, framed landscape paintings. It was decorated from top to bottom. Everything looked clean and curated. Old Neil doesn't exactly strike me as an interior decorator, especially not one so flowery. There was a piano in the center of the living room. Klein instinctively ran his hand across the keys. He turned to old Neil. I didn't know you played. Neil waved him off. I don't. That thing hasn't been touched since my wife died. She was the music lover. Klein reddened, realizing his mistake. He glanced back at the piano. There were streaks where his hand had wiped away the dust on the keys. He's keeping everything preserved for her memory. And I just stomped in and started messing with stuff like I own the place. Old Neil motioned for Klein to join him in the kitchen, where he'd clearly been preparing a ritual. There were candles in a circle around the room, and an offering plate at the center. Klein didn't recognize the setup from his studies. "What kind of ritual is this?" Old Neil grunted. "We're going to settle my 30-pound debt." Klein gaped. Is he serious? Old Neil clapped a hand on Klein's shoulder. "You should be happy. Once this is done, we'll be able to go to the black market." His voice came out like a growl. "Then we can do some real spells." Klein's mind raced. How the fuck is he planning on settling his debt with magic? There's no ethical way. He couldn't believe the thoughts circling his head. Is he going to kill the person he owes money to? Or steal from someone unsuspecting and defenseless? He eyed Neil skeptically as the old man positioned his candles, excited. Something was definitely wrong behind his eyes. Something sinister that Klein couldn't look past. He flashed Klein a wicked grin. "Shall we get to work?" Old Neil sneered at Klein. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Klein blanched. "Like what?" Old Neil stepped in close. "Don't play dumb with me, kid. I can see the suspicion in your eyes. So you might as well just get out with it." Klein hesitated. Old Neil was extremely perceptive. Lying could cause irreparable damage to their relationship, and Klein needed a teacher. Unless he's a murderer, that is. That could cause irreparable damage too. He decided his best bet was with the truth. Confront the issue head on. "I was just wondering how you could possibly solve your debt problems with a ritual without..." He stammered, nervous. "Without stealing it. Or killing your creditors." Old Neil narrowed his eyes. "Is that the kind of person you think I am? Huh?" He was so close now, Klein could smell garlic on his breath from breakfast. "You think the Nighthawks would hire someone who'd murder an innocent person over 30 pounds? Klein didn't know what to say. Neil took a step back, angry. "Did you forget that I'm a mystery prior? You know damn well that it's against everything the priors stand for to hurt another person. And I know you know it, because I taught it to you." Klein winced. "I didn't think about that." Neil scowled. "I would have thought that you'd trust me by now, but here we are, aren't we?" Klein owed him an apology, but before he could even speak, old Neil held up a hand. "Shut up for once, and you might learn something. Ritualistic magic isn't for the faint of heart." Klein exhaled. He doesn't know that I've dabbled in rituals before. I was just in a different universe the first time. Still glaring, old Neil launched into his spiel. "First, you need to know there are ways to boost spells. Normal folks have to do rituals on specific dates and times according to the goddess's calendar." He knelt with a groan. "But Beyonders don't need to worry about all that, unless they think they need an added boost to ensure success. That shouldn't be a problem today, though." He lit a candle. "Secondly, you and I are low-level Beyonders. And while rituals can seek help from many external sources, you should only ever seek help from the Evernight Goddess or the Lord of Storms." He used the first candle to light the next. "They're the gods our powers strongly attuned to. Since we're both Nighthawks, I recommend we stick to focusing on the goddess It's her we work for, after all. Klein's brow furrowed. But what if it's something that's outside of her purview? Old Neil met Klein's gaze, serious. Listen to me, Klein. Don't ever ask for anything from any other entity. If you poke the unknown, things can get real bad real quick. Nothing you need is worth that risk. Klein thought about his luck ritual. That very well might have poked an unknown entity, and I had no idea. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. That ritual pulled him into a different universe and gave him the power to create the Fog Realm and summon the Tarot Club. Did all this happen because I tampered with entities I didn't understand? Is my autonomy at risk? I still feel like I'm in control. Neil lit the next candle. The first two candles represent those partaking in the pact. One represents the goddess, and the other is myself. He placed the third candle down, making a triangle out of the three. And this one represents the request, what I'm asking the goddess for. The aroma was intoxicating. It made Klein feel pleasantly lightheaded. Old Neil chuckled. The candle scents were chosen for their specific meanings in the ritual, but it doesn't hurt that they smell nice. He took a silver knife from its sheath. Don't worry, it's not for killing anyone. Klein opened his mouth to apologize again, but old Neil cut him off with an eye roll. I'll be using the dagger for the ritual as well, like how I used powder for the ritual at Ray Bieber's house, but much easier to clean up. From his pocket, he produced a note that read, 30 pounds IOU, written in a simple scrawl. He placed the note in the center of the candles. Klein balked. Is he seriously doing a ritual with an IOU? Old Neil sat with his legs crossed, rubbing his aching knees. Not as young as I used to be. He sighed. Now I'll enter a meditative state, focus on the dagger and my desires, and recite what I need in Hermes. He closed his eyes, then opened one, glancing at Klein's position in the room. You might want to bring yourself closer, into the triangle. It can get a little rough out there. Klein knew better than to question it. He took 2 steps forward toward Neil, and as soon as he did, Klein watched as old Neil's eyes shot open, completely black. The wind swirled around them, forming a sort of force field between them and the outside world. Neil muttered in Hermes, I pray for the power of the goddess. Klein felt magical energy emanating from the dagger in Neil's hand. Neil held out the dagger and placed it in the center of the candles. The candles flared up, burning wildly. I look to the blessing of the night. Neil picked up the IOU note and held it over the third candle. He closed his eyes until the note was completely ash. Old Neil gasped. And when he opened his eyes, the force field fell away, and everything was calm again. He turned to Klein with a smug smile. And so the ritual is done. Klein frowned. That felt a little anticlimactic. I thought I was building to something definitive. Old Neil laughed. What? You expected the goddess to speak directly to me and proclaim that my debt is settled? Bah! He struggled to his feet with more grunts and groans. I don't know how my debt will be settled, but whatever happens, it'll be done reasonably, thanks to the ritual. Klein hesitated. Doesn't that sound a bit unreliable? Assuming that things will just fall into place? Old Neil smirked. Sure. Killing the creditor would be much more reliable, wouldn't it? For the third time, Klein started an apology. But Neil interrupted, refusing to give him the satisfaction. You know magic is real. You've felt its power. You've got it surging through your veins. And yet, I tell you there's some random variables in how a thing will be accomplished, and you immediately become a skeptic. It's sad. He directed Klein to the door. Come on, let's get back to the office. Our work here is done. Klein looked back at the smoke dancing through the air from the extinguished candles. There's still so much about magic that I can't even begin to comprehend. As they walked back to the office, old Neil stumbled on something on the ground, nearly falling flat on his face. He clutched his hip as he picked up the object. Ah, pity. Someone's lost their wallet. He winked at Klein. How much would you bargain is in this? Klein's eyes widened. If you say 30 pounds, I swear. Old Neil opened the wallet with a grin. 30 it is. But he showed Klein a massive wad of money. Plus about 270 more. Klein's jaw dropped. I thought you only owed 30. Old Neil ran his thumb over the bills. I do. Klein stared. Is he going to steal the entire wad of cash? Maybe he'll give me a cut. Melissa said she wanted savings. Old Neil closed the wallet. We should wait here for a moment. No one leaves this much money behind and just forgets about it. Sure enough, after only a few minutes, an ornate carriage pulled to a stop right in front of them, emblazoned with a crest of a falcon. Old Neil showed Klein the same crest on the wallet. You know whose this is? Klein didn't, but before he could ask, a gentleman's head popped out of the carriage's window. Hello, good sirs. Have you, by any chance, found a wallet nearby? The coincidence of it all was too much for Klein. I've heard of gods working in mysterious ways, but never convoluted, coincidental ways. Old Neil held up the wallet. Sure have. But I can't just go off your word that it's yours. The gentleman frowned, and Neil thought quickly. How much money would you say is in here? Oh, I don't know exactly. The gentleman did some quick math in his head. Somewhere between 300 and 350 pounds. Klein wanted to die. Imagine how much money you have to not know how much money you have. It's ludicrous. This man never has to worry about where his next meal will come from. Old Neil smiled genially to the gentleman. 300 on the dot. He handed the man the wallet. Glad you found us. Now we don't have to make a hike all the way to the police station to report a missing wallet. The gentleman snickered, then reached into the wallet and handed a few bills to old Neil. Here's something for your trouble, and for your honesty. Not many would have returned this. He tipped his hat at them. It's good to know that there are still a couple good ones out here. With that, he motioned to his driver and the carriage rolled forward. Old Neil turned to Klein, shaking his head. And to think, we just met a bona fide knight. But Klein's eyes were on the cash. How much did he give you? Neil's eyes sparkled. How much do you think? He held up exactly 30 pounds. Klein was stunned. It worked. The ritual actually worked. The son of a bitch did it. Heavy drapes of the finest quality framed a massive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the city. Lady Audrey Hall stared out at the flickering lights that illuminated the landscape. She was dressed in her finest garb, a beautiful ball gown embroidered with the most delicate beads sourced from a remote island. This ball was meant to be the biggest bash of the season, and normally she'd be dancing, entertaining, and generally trying to stand out. But tonight was different. Tonight, she stayed on the sidelines, observing, or more specifically, spectating. She scanned the room, studying the guest of the party carefully. She saw Earl Devonshire, waving his hands around as he spun another yarn, recalling his bravery in wartime, no doubt. He gesticulates wildly when he's lying. Is he using his hands to distract everyone from how ludicrous he is? Nearby, she saw Duchess Adler showing off her new ring. The women around her swooned with jealousy. It's strange. Duke Adler barely ever acknowledges his wife's presence. The ring is just another distraction from the truth, it seems. She heard a high-pitched laugh and saw two socialites whispering jokes to each other. Well, they're definitely having an affair. How scandalous. Her spying was interrupted by a strange tingling on the back of her neck. She snapped out of her spectator reverie, concerned. It felt like she was being watched. Had someone turned the tables on her? She tried to hone in on where the feeling was coming from. She craned her neck, desperate to catch whomever had their eyes on her. It doesn't feel good when I'm the one being spectated. Then, she realized the feeling was coming from the window behind her. She spun around and her jaw dropped. A very sweet face stared back at her from outside. Susie? The dog's eyes were wide and bright. She's really spectating. Oh my goddess. A storm raged around the ghost ship as it rocked wildly among the rampant waves. Alger stood still on the deck, unaffected by the whims of the sea. He sighed deeply. It's almost Monday again, which means another meeting of the Tarot Club that I have no way to avoid. I'm no closer to figuring out how the fool does what he does either. He still has so much fucking power over me. A sailor approached him with some urgency, and a lot of slipping and sliding on the deck. Sir, this storm's beating us down. What are your orders? Alger looked out at the angry sea. Stay the course. We have to pursue the listener from the Aurora Order. He's too dangerous. The sailor seemed unconvinced. But sir, the storm... Alger stared daggers at the young man. Are you questioning my orders? The sailor stumbled back a step, nervous. No, sir. Sorry. Alger didn't respond, which was somehow more threatening than if he'd taken out a sword. Sir, we will continue our pursuit. The sailor left as quickly as he had arrived. Alger stared back out at the ocean. Nothing will stop me. Damn the listener. Damn the fool. Damn the storm. As Klein left the office, he nearly collided with Dunn Smith in the doorway. Sorry, Captain. Dunn waved the concern away. Klein, I'm glad I caught you. We've all but confirmed that the Antigonus Journal is with Ray Bieber. Klein swallowed. But we still haven't found it. Dunn shook his head. Not yet. I suggest you walk around the city and see if that special sense of yours can track Ray's whereabouts. He could be anywhere, so really explore. He lowered his voice. In the meantime, I'm working on getting a highly protected artifact from the church to help us confirm Ray's ancestry. Klein knew this was a rare occurrence. There's an artifact that could do that? Dunn nodded. We're also releasing Ray's photo to the papers tomorrow, so all of Tingen City can help us find the bastard. Klein thought that was a better plan than his new order to walk aimlessly. Hopefully thousands of eyes are more effective than my seer senses. But he didn't admit that to Dunn. We can use all the help we can get, but I'll do my best to track him down. No time like the present. Dunn stepped aside to let him exit, and Klein took to the street. Klein sensed nothing between Blackthorn Security Company and the Divination Club, where Angelica bombarded him the second he walked through the door.
How did you know that Mr. Glades was sick? Are you a doctor? That's incredible.
Klein was completely caught off guard. He couldn't tell her the truth, that he was a Beyonder who could see that Glades' aura was unhealthy. He had to come up with a lie, and fast. I can do a form of divination called face reading. Angelica's brows knitted together.
I've never heard of that one. How does it work?
Klein shrugged. I think it's all in the name. I can intuit certain things about people just by studying their faces. Angelica could barely contain her excitement.
Can you read my face?
But her eagerness made her self-conscious.
I mean, it might be easier to explain to clients if I've experienced it.
Klein couldn't help but laugh. This is what I get. No good deed goes unpunished. He tapped his temple twice and activated spirit vision. Her aura showed intense sorrow. This poor woman. But it was buried deep within her. He softened. Well, I can tell you're repressing something. Feelings of true sadness. Which, if you don't mind me saying, you should let those out. Angelica stood stunned, her mouth agape.
I don't understand how.
But once again she masked her amazement.
I mean, that was informative. Thank you.
Completely ignoring Klein's advice, she pivoted the conversation away from her personal pain.
Can I get you some tea?
Klein nodded, and Angelica immediately put together a cup of black tea that had just arrived from the docks.
I'm told it's all the rage on the other side of the world.
When she handed it to Klein, he took out his topaz pendulum. He held it over the tea and played it up as performative as possible. If I can impress her enough, then maybe she'll recommend me to the more valuable clients. She's got a lot more control than anyone realizes. Her endorsement is the most important one in the club. The pendulum circled over the cup. I've divined that it is indeed good tea. She smiled at the gimmick, charmed.
You know, I have a paying customer you might be a great fit for. Her name is Anna. Her fiancé has gone missing after setting sail a month ago, and she's terrified. She has no idea what happened.
Klein stood up a little straighter. Perfect. I can finally make some money. Although, maybe I shouldn't be so thrilled about someone's missing fiancé. Klein found the small private room where Angelica had directed him. There, he saw a woman fidgeting at an empty table. He didn't need spirit vision to tell him that she was in distress. She stood as he arrived.
Are you my fortune teller?
Klein smiled, genuinely pleased. It was the first time he'd been called that. Yes, my name is Klein. I'm here to help you. He sat across from her, his tone gentle. Why don't I get right to it? I know it's urgent. He glanced down at her modest engagement ring. Can I please see your ring? It ties you to your fiancé and will help me divine his... He wanted to say fate, but that seemed too harsh. He needed to approach this woman carefully. Divine his whereabouts. She hesitated for a moment, emotional. You're not going to hurt it, right? Klein shook his head. Of course not. I know how much it means to you. I promise. She took a breath and slid the ring off her finger, laying it in Klein's palm. He handed Anna a piece of paper and a pen. Now, write down your fiancé's birth date. Include the time and place if you know it. Anna gave him all the important details, and Klein began his astrolabe divination. It involved complicated math, but it was a surefire way to find what Anna needed to know. He entered a half-meditative state and calculated the positions of the stars in relation to her fiancé's birth chart and horoscope, while Anna watched him in tense anticipation. Once his calculations were complete, he snapped out of it and met Anna's gaze, optimistic. Your fiancé was indeed in an accident at sea, but he survived it. Anna was both horrified and relieved.
You're sure? I've been such a wreck, I haven't slept in...
She fought to speak through tears. Klein saw how badly she needed answers and decided to go above and beyond for his first paying customer. Would it be okay if I tried to divine his situation further? Anna nodded.
Yes, of course. Whatever you need.
Klein motioned for Anna to leave the room. Could you please just wait on the other side of that door? I need to be alone for this to work. Anna eyed her engagement ring, still in Klein's hand. He reassured her. I swear you'll have this back as soon as I'm done. Unharmed. Anna closed her eyes tightly, took him at his word, and left the room. Klein sat back down and squeezed the ring tightly in his hand. His eyes went black as he entered a meditative dream state. He saw visions of Anna's fiancé. Dark water, the color of blood. His body washed ashore, his clothes ripped and worn. But then, after a flash, Klein saw a blue house with a toy windmill in front. Klein felt serenity wash over him as Anna's fiancé entered it, joyful. But suddenly, his vision shifted. Klein found himself in a magnificent palace on the peak of a mountain. He almost lost balance. It was like the air felt thicker there somehow. He tried to breathe, but it caught in his chest like a bubble waiting to burst. He gasped for air.
Where the hell am I? This isn't part of the divination. This is different.
He could tell that the palace had been beaten into disrepair by the relentless wind in blizzard-like conditions. It made him feel unbelievably sad for reasons he couldn't explain. The interior of the palace was equally run down and abandoned. Tables had crumbled into pieces, splintered chairs were strewn across the room. It didn't look like anyone had been here in decades, maybe longer. All things die, even kingdoms. Rotted wood lined the doorways, threatening to collapse at the slightest provocation. Still lightheaded, Klein's eyes found a throne. Once a glorious sight to behold, now cracked and decaying. It seemed to grow closer, or maybe larger, until it took up his entire view. Why am I here? What is this? Then, he felt it. Someone watching him. The hair stood up on the back of his neck. He whipped around, but he was alone. And when he turned back, his stomach soured. The massive throne crawled with hundreds, no, thousands, of translucent maggots. Klein opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Instead, the palace dissolved around him and he was violently hurled out of his dream state. He gasped back into reality. He was still in the little private room in the divination club. He tried to catch his breath, reeling. What the hell was that? The first part of the dream was from the divination, but the other part, it seemed directed at me. He closed his eyes, trying to steady himself. Where did it come from? The rundown palace, the maggots. Klein rubbed his temples. Think, Klein. Palace, maggots, mountain. The original Klein had mentioned in his diary that they'd learned about an ancient civilization on a mountain peak. The Hornassus Mountains. The nation of the Evernight. The Antigonus Journal. Klein's eyes shot open, the connections striking him like lightning. They have to be related. I need to find Ray Bieber as soon as possible and get some answers. A calm settled over him, until he remembered Anna's engagement ring in his hand. He'd left his client waiting. He hurried to the lobby of the divination club to find Anna staring out the window, her cup of tea cold and untouched, desperate for answers about her missing fiancé. She heard Klein coming and turned, tears in her eyes. Did you find anything? I think I may have. But first,
He handed her engagement ring back, and it was like a weight lifted off her shoulders. She slid it back onto her finger. "Tell me." Klein studied her face. "Does your house have a toy windmill?" Anna's jaw dropped. "Yes. It was a gift from my fiancé for our anniversary. How could you possibly know that?" Klein smiled, relieved. "I have good news. Your fiancé is safe and waiting for you at home, as we speak." Anna leapt at Klein and flung her arms around him, sobbing into his chest. Are you sure it's real?" Klein nodded and she clung to him tighter. "Thank you, Mr. Moretti. I don't know what to say." Klein patted her back gently. "He was in a terrible accident, but he'll be all right. Go home and be with him. He'll need you." Anna wiped her eyes, still caught up in the emotion of it. "Lord of steam, I can't believe it. Thank you again." She reached into her purse and pulled out several bills, shoving them into his hand before sprinting out the door to her carriage. Klein looked down at the money in his hand. "This is more than double the cost of the reading." Angelica grinned at him. "That's a nice tip, and well earned, it seems." Klein peeled off a couple of bills, placing them on the table in front of her. "Thanks for making her tea. I think it helped." Angelica happily accepted the payout as Klein reflected on his first success in the divination club. "I'm a real diviner. No, a real seer." Klein returned home that evening to find Benson and Melissa in the living room, relaxing. Benson sat on the armchair reading a newspaper, and Melissa was tinkering with some kind of contraption on the floor, likely her homework. The setting sunlight shone through the front window, making Benson's paper translucent and Melissa's gears and springs glisten. Klein basked in the sight of his family, so serene, enjoying the things they loved. So wrapped up in them, they barely noticed his arrival. He strode inside. "Did Mrs. Shoud visit?" Benson's eyes never left his paper. "Yes. She was only here 15 minutes, but she was very happy with the muffins and the lemon cake we prepared, and she told us to come visit her whenever we'd like. She brought gifts as well." He turned the page. "Nice lady." Melissa snorted. "Except for the fact that she believes in the Lord of Storms." Klein furrowed his brow. "What does that matter?" It wasn't like his sister to care about someone else's church. Melissa dropped the bearings in her hand. "They preach that girls shouldn't go to school, that we should be homeschooled instead. It's ridiculous." Klein understood. He sat down next to her. "Don't mind her. Sometimes people have different beliefs. It doesn't mean they can't be our neighbors and friends." Melissa balked. "Friends? No. You don't find it offensive?" Klein hesitated. "People are free to practice the religion they want, and it doesn't need to affect what we believe. Keep going to school, be polite to her, and everything will be fine." Melissa pursed her lips and focused back on her gadgets. Whatever. Even though he'd shared an uneventful, pleasant night with his siblings, when Klein finally lay down to sleep, the vision from earlier that day burned in his memory every time he closed his eyes. Why did that vision come to me? He thought back to what old Neil had said during their lesson. Is this because the luck ritual tied me to some unknown entity? Is this my punishment? He sat up in bed. I need to reach the entity, communicate with it. But how? Klein stood up, still not entirely sure what his plan was. He just knew that he needed to do something, anything, and sleep was just getting in the way. He walked to his desk and grabbed a notepad and pen. Professor Cohen, you said you'd help me if I needed it, and I do. I'd like to know any information you or the university may have regarding the Hornassus mountain range. Anything you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I'll explain later. Thank you. Klein. He wrote a similar letter to Professor Azik, ripped the pages from the notebook, folded them into quarters, and laid them on the desk, satisfied.
If anyone could give him detailed information about the history and geography of a specific location, it would be his mentors at Tingen University, Quentin Cohen and Arthur Ezek. And if Klein could learn more about the mountain in his vision, he might learn more about the entity too. It felt like enough of a solution that he was ready to try and sleep again. Thankfully, tomorrow was Monday, and Klein's day off from the Nighthawks. And his meeting with the Tarot Club. He lay back down, succumbing to a sudden wave of exhaustion. Goddess, get me through the night without any more strange and frightening dreams. Despite going to bed quite late, Klein was the first one in the house to wake. Thankfully, nightmare-free. He caught Melissa on her way out the door, handing her 2 newly addressed envelopes. I'm sorry I can't walk you to town this morning, but can you mail these letters for me? She frowned at Klein's pajamas. Shouldn't you be heading to work? It's my day off. He fished a few coins from his pocket. Here, this should cover it. She sighed. I wish you'd asked me earlier. I'll be late for class. Not if you hurry. He hugged her quickly before shoving her out the door. And thank you. He spent the rest of the morning practicing his meditation and divination exercises. He reviewed his notes from old Neil's last lesson, finished the latest tome on mystic arts that he'd borrowed from the archives, and ended with another meditation session, for good measure. It wasn't until the afternoon sun crossed the floor, shining directly in his eyes and causing him to squint, that he realized how much time had passed. He checked the clock. Almost 3 already. How long was I meditating? He locked the door to his bedroom, just in case, before beginning the ritual. On the roaring blue waves of the Sonia Sea, Alger Wilson locked himself in the captain's cabin of his ancient ship, making sure he had surrounded the quarters with the strongest ritualistic protections he could muster. He opened his pocket watch and laid it on the table in front of him, as it nervously ticked its way around the perimeter. As the hour hand jerked to 3, an explosion of crimson flooded from the watch face and overtook him, once again ignoring the layers of protection he had put in place. Damn! Audrey Hall lay against her down-feather pillow, eyes wide as saucers. She glanced at the yellow paper in her hand, then at the alarm clock on her bedside table as it struck 3. She managed to remain calm and collected as her bed erupted with crimson-red light and swallowed her whole. Klein sat soberly at the large stone table as his cohorts materialized before him. He had preemptively activated his spirit vision, and he could immediately sense something different. Justice's colors blended deep within her aura, and she was uncharacteristically serene. He motioned to her. You're a Beyonder. Justice's eyes widened. Incredible! How did you know? As if prompted, the bright stars on the back of her chair shifted, forming an illusory constellation in the shape of a dragon, similar to that of the sea constellation displayed on the Hanged Man's seat. Klein was momentarily stunned. I had no idea the chairs could change. But to Justice, he bowed sagely. I'm the fool. I always know. Klein waited expectantly. He was beginning to realize that the less he said, the more they did. After a few moments, Justice spoke up, more confidently than Klein had ever seen before. Mr. Fool, I have some exciting news to share. I've located, retrieved, and memorized more of Gustav Russell's journal. Klein stayed perfectly still, but his heart raced. He looked to the Hanged Man, who stared back with an unreadable expression. As have I. They'd done exactly what he asked. The seemingly impossible. Holy shit, it worked. Klein fought hard to suppress his excitement. They actually did it. They found more of Russell's journal. Justice smiled. I found 1 page. The Hanged Man puffed out his chest. I found 2. Justice's jaw dropped. Very impressive, Mr. Hanged Man.
Klein couldn't help but agree. Very impressive indeed. Klein was elated that he now possessed 3 new pages of Gustav Russell's journal, and at the same time, he was disappointed that it was only 3 pages. He wanted desperately to read the entire text and gain all the knowledge within. Patience, Klein. Patience. Justice cleared her throat. Should we recount them for you now, Mr. Fool? Klein kept his posture and attitude as steady as he could. After all, Justice was a spectator now. He didn't know how much of his own emotions she could read. Yes. Yellowed goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens materialized in front of each of them. Justice and the hanged man began to write, recalling the foreign symbols as best as they could. Klein watched carefully, amazed that they'd managed to memorize whole pages of a language they didn't speak. After a few minutes, they finished their writing and handed their papers to their leader, the Fool. Some words were missing, some were misspelled or backward, some letters slanted and messy, but despite any grammatical errors, the entries were there, in his hands. This is actually legible English. Back in Cade's world, there were posts on social media less coherent than this. Klein silently and furiously devoured the text as Justice and the hanged man waited with bated breath, hoping that the Fool would praise their hard work and skill. 8th April. I stood at the bow of the Black Crown and stretched my arms, telling Grimm and Edwards, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own at the ends of the Fog Sea." They did not understand my humor, and even asked if I possessed other treasures. They're so boring. Klein suppressed the urge to laugh. Russell never minced words. 11th April. I discovered a nameless island that was not a safe sea route. There are a good number of extraordinary animals there. No, I prefer calling them extraordinary beings. It feels more impressive that way. I believe that if Darwin had been brought to this place, there's no way he could have written his theory of evolution. 2nd October. They wanted me to marry Matilda from the Abel family, without even consulting me first. Heavens, I've not even met her. I must decline. Even if I were to run away from home and survive on my own and suffer the vicissitudes of life, I must fight against this marriage. 5th October. Miss Matilda is actually quite pretty. Once again, Klein hid his own amusement. 6th October. Her personality and her demeanor are just my type. I'm starting to look forward to this marriage. Klein rolled his eyes. Enough about Matilda. Where's the good stuff? Klein skipped ahead. 22nd May. The Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices for beginning sequence pathways. One of them is the Savant. It is a complete pathway they possess. The other is Mystery Prior, but it lacks the higher sequences. 23rd May. My choice was simple. Savant. The Savant has a complete pathway, and that was the most important factor in my consideration. Although wielding more information on mysticism can aid my return home, the problem is that if I'm not strong enough, there's a need to acquire external help. And I don't know if this external entity would be benevolent or malicious. I cannot control it, and thus it could be very dangerous. In that case, why not just rely on my own powers? This is exactly what Klein was searching for. He even mentions an entity. It felt like he and Russell were linked somehow. Like they had nearly identical journeys. 26th May. I am enjoying my status as a savant. Something odd worth mentioning. When I do things that are in line with this role, the murmurings that drive me crazy become considerably softer. I've also been able to control my occasional outburst and temper.
Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zaratul mentioned? This could be key in resolving the side effects posed by potions. Klein believed this was confirmation of his interpretation of acting from the pages he'd read before. That acting like a seer was the way to progress his powers faster. I'm doing it right. 1st, April. Grimm has suddenly become a little odd. Has he been infected by something? He smells terrible. Unfortunately, Klein had reached the end. Or maybe fortunately, considering the last entry. He set the pages aside. My apologies. I was engaged with the readings. Good work, both of you. Justice held her composure. She leaned forward and placed her arms on the table. Mr. Fool, you told us that if we brought you pages from the journal, you would repay us with more wisdom. The hanged man kept his eyes forward. That you did. Klein nodded, hoping he actually had some wisdom to provide. Very well. What would you like to know? Justice cleared her throat. Well, considering I'm so new to it, and how complicated it seems to be, I am in desperate need of some guidance in my Beyonded journey. Klein stayed silent, letting her lead, and scrambling for something helpful to tell her. Justice looked like she was building up the courage to speak, some flashes of nerves peeking through her new Beyonder aura. Well, Mr. Fool, what does acting really mean? Am I a spectator? Or am I just acting like one? I can't seem to tell the difference. Klein thought for a moment. At least this is something I can tackle. He took a breath. Let me explain this with an analogy. Imagine the powers of your sequence, the spectator, as a tightly guarded castle. Our goal is to break through its barriers and become the true master of the castle. Justice hung on every word. Klein continued. There are 2 ways we can achieve this. The first is to invade the castle by force. It might be the quickest way, but it comes with great risk, certain injury, and no guarantee of success. So far, this made sense to Justice. And what is the second? Klein gestured to his temple. The second is to convince the owner of the castle to extend you an invitation. Justice considered. And how do I do that? Klein answered simply. By disguising yourself as a guest. An invitation allows us to slide through the surveillance of the guards and infiltrate the castle, after which we can take over from the inside. So, become the guest. Or in your case, the spectator. Justice was blown away. It made perfect sense that powers wouldn't come by force, but by permission and acceptance. I understand. I must be a guest in my own pathway. I must act like a spectator in order to become one. She grinned, relieved. Thank you, Mr. Fool. It's a good thing I've already been acting the part these past few days. Klein bowed his head. You're a fast learner and a good student, Justice. She blushed, then tried to hide it. Your wisdom is very valuable, Mr. Fool. I couldn't possibly accept it for nothing. What do you want in exchange? Of course, I still owe you a page of Russell's diary. Klein thought for a moment. She was so earnest, and he didn't want to take advantage. But she was certainly eager enough to find what he needed. Continue your search for Russell's journal entries, but in your travels, keep your eyes and ears peeled for any information you can find me regarding the Antigonus family. The Antigonus family? The hanged man sat up so hard he almost overturned his chair. I can pay you back immediately with information about them. Klein cocked his head, curious. What can you tell me? The Hanged Man rested his arms on the table as he took a moment to deliberate over his words. They're an ancient family. Their history can be traced back to before the Fourth Epoch, and it's related to the Second Blasphemy Slate. Klein froze. Second Blasphemy Slate? That can't be right. The Blasphemy Slate was an ancient tablet upon which all Beyonder pathways and sequences were first discovered. History had always taught the existence of one, and only one. Klein's head buzzed as he tried his best not to react. With Justice's new spectator abilities, she'd surely know he was a fraud. Luckily, she said for him what he could not. Mr. Hanged Man, isn't there only one Blasphemy Slate? Great question. The Hanged Man simply shook his head. No, there were two. Klein willed the sweat on his brow to stay from dripping down his face. And the Antigonus family had the second. Could this mean the existence of an entirely new, undiscovered set of pathways? Is that what's in the missing Antigonus journal? Klein maintained the cool, calm demeanor of the fool, but inside, his emotions were running wild. The Hanged Man had just told him about the existence of a second Blasphemy Slate, which went against everything he'd been taught. And not only that, it once belonged to the Antigonus family. It's clearer to me every day why the Nighthawks are so invested in finding the Antigonus journal. It holds so many secrets. How could there possibly be a second Blasphemy Slate? Klein was relieved that Justice was asking all the questions. First, it prevented him from having to admit that he didn't know the answers, and he needed to appear as an all-powerful, omniscient being to keep the two of them interested in the Tarot Club. And secondly, it distracted her from using her new spectator powers to see that he was not, in fact, an all-powerful, omniscient being. The Hanged Man paused and looked to Klein, giving the almighty fool an opportunity to respond. Don't look at me. The Hanged Man understood. It was his question to address. The original Blasphemy Slate appeared during the Dark Epoch, when humans still struggled to survive under the protection of gods. The second Blasphemy Slate appeared much later, the end of the Third Epoch, and symbolized the end of the Cataclysm Age. Klein was amazed. How does he know all this? The Hanged Man continued. The content of the two Blasphemy Slates is kept secret by the 7 major churches. And the Church of the Evernight Goddess destroyed the Antigonus family. Klein didn't even realize he was speaking out loud until the words left his mouth. The Hanged Man nodded. That's right. Because of the power of the slate. Justice saved the day again. The Hanged Man shrugged. The churches don't want anyone else to control power like that. Especially because, while I'm only aware of small fragments, what I do know is that it contained pathways to the divine. Klein's heart raced. Pathways to the divine. Are the ends of pathways gods? Justice spoke softly, as if they were exchanging gossip. What about Emperor Russell? Was the Blasphemy Slate he saw the first or the second? The Hanged Man glanced to Klein again before answering. The second. Justice sat back in her chair, eyes fixed on the Hanged Man. And for the first time, the Hanged Man felt uncomfortable. He felt like she was reading him. I have nothing else to say on that. Justice didn't blink. Then I have another question, Mr. Hanged Man. The young noble was more tenacious, now that she had Beyonder abilities. What are the next potions in my spectator pathway? Where can I find the materials? The Hanged Man sighed. Yeah, all right. Since I set you on this pathway, I'll answer that question for free. Justice sat up straighter.
Thank you.
The hanged man's voice was laced with reluctance. You'll want Sequence 8, Telepathist. After that, Sequence 7, Psychiatrist. I learned this directly from a member of the Psychology Alchemist. They have a lot of formulas for your pathway.
Justice grinned. Excellent. And do you know where I can find this Psychology Alchemist member?
The hanged man smirked. I do. He's at the bottom of the Sonia Sea. Sank him with my own hands. He showed no signs of remorse. Unfortunately, we're no longer in contact. Klein blinked. I'll say.
Justice's voice was a little meeker after that. If I may, I have one more question.
She hesitated a moment, trying to find the right words.
Hypothetically, if an animal, a normal animal, were to drink a Sequence 9 potion, or any potion for that matter, what would happen?
Both Klein and the hanged man were momentarily speechless. Klein casually tapped his forehead and saw that Justice's aura had turned nervous, frantic, a little ashamed. Oh, Justice, what have you done? The hanged man ran his fingers through his blue hair. Did this animal, hypothetically, die or turn into a monster after taking this potion? Justice fidgeted in her chair.
No, they didn't. Hypothetically.
The hanged man's eyes narrowed. Well, normal animals obviously can't learn meditation at the same rate as we do. If they survived drinking the potion, I'd guess they'd become an extraordinary creature with enhanced intelligence. Hypothetically. Justice exhaled sharply, relieved. She already considered Susie an extraordinary creature. But this took it to a whole new level.
Thank you for your hypothesis.
Klein had a million questions. It was hard being the all-knowing fool and barely understanding anything at the meeting of your own club. He had kept his mouth shut for long enough. I have a task for you. His spirit vision was still active, and he noticed the hanged man showed signs of unease, while Justice's aura was on its way down to a calmer, more balanced tone. This will be a trial, and it will require your cooperation. But if it is successful, it will be beneficial to you too. Justice and the hanged man exchanged a look. Klein spoke carefully. I'm hoping to give you the ability to send messages to me when we're apart. To accomplish this, I'd like for you to practice a piece of ritualistic magic in your free time. They squirmed a bit. Ritualistic magic was serious stuff. Klein reassured them. It won't need to be too formal. As long as you're in an environment that won't be disturbed. To begin, place 4 candles in 4 corners of the room, respectively. Then, place a piece of food near each candle. Bread, noodles, pie, something hearty. Use a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment. It was similar to the luck ritual, but Klein made sure to make some small modifications, in the hopes of not attracting any unwanted entities. He pulled from his teachings with Old Neil, adding elements to protect the magic user and strengthen the results. Mix moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, citron, and rock rose together. Distilled and extracted into essential oil. Then, pour a drop onto each candle. Justice and the hanged man listened with piqued interest as they wrote down everything the fool said. Then, standing in the middle of the room, step forward in a counterclockwise direction in the shape of a square until you've returned to where you started. Justice dropped her pen.
Mr. Fool, does the ritual have an incantation?
The hanged man lowered his pen as well. Klein could have kicked himself. Time to think of an incantation, Mr. Fool. He closed his eyes. Goddess, help me find the words. And the words came to him. Klein spoke softly in the ancient Hermes language. The fool who does not belong in this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king who wields good luck. Justice had spent years listening to nobles chatter in private gatherings at her home. She'd learned a lot about mysticism from those conversations. She knew that Hermes was often used in ritual magic, and that those rituals usually evoked gods. A chill shot down her spine. Mr. Fool, are you a god? Klein paused. Justice and the Hanged Man's auras both radiated anticipation and anxiety. I've got them right where I want them. He ignored the question entirely. Complete the ritual in the next few days. I'll call upon you on Thursday of this week, and we'll discuss your progress. At this point, their auras were aflame, and Klein decided to release them from their uncertainty. That is everything I need from you. Would you like to share any news or important updates? They both breathed a sigh of relief. Justice spoke first. I passed along the suggestion you made regarding the separation between civil and political roles. It's gone over really well. Really well. Several members of the parliament have discussed it, and I think it could become a reality. Klein was thrilled. Excellent. Once they implement a civil service exam, I'll be able to get Benson a better job. Justice cracked a smile. That said, given the efficiency of our government, it will probably take a while. The Hanged Man laughed. That's an understatement. But then he leaned forward. Okay, I've got a question. Why are there so many secret organizations gaining headway recently? Showing up where they don't belong. He looked to Klein, who stared. Why are you asking me? The Hanged Man pressed. There have been several new ones cropping up, with Beyonders in their ranks, operating well outside the law. It's concerning. Klein's jaw ticked. That's funny, coming from a freaking pirate. But he felt pressured to answer. He needed to be the all-knowing fool right now. But what can I offer them? His mind reeled. And for a moment, his entire journey up to this point flashed before his eyes. Cade in the luck ritual, Klein in the gunshot wound, Dunn in the Nighthawks, Justice and the Hanged Man, who sat before him, loyal, in the shadow realm that he created. And the unknown, nefarious presence that sent him on this wild trajectory to begin with, and may still be with him as they spoke. He turned to Justice and the Hanged Man and told them something that felt wise and foreboding, and weirdly, true. An ancient power is about to awaken from its slumber.